Trauma teams scraping cyber psycho victims off the pavement. And in Pacifica, well, Pacifica is still Pacifica. This has been your man, Stan. Join me for another day in our City of Dreams.
City of Dreams. That guy cracks me up. Good morning, everybody. This is an early stream for me. Having some breakfast. Figured I'd play some more Cyberpunk. You know, hope everybody's doing good today. How's everybody feeling on this beautiful Saturday? Welcome on and all back to the stream. I'm Vitriol, and we're going to be getting into some transhumanistic dystopian nightmare. Phantom Liberty. That's where we're at. We're playing Phantom Liberty. See what this says. My people will proceed to secure it. The rest of you go home and stay there. That is, unless you want to catch a stray bullet. We need to join in with Discord. I'm imposing a state of emergency in Dogtown until further notice. More news to come as the situation develops. There we go. Let's do it. Good morning, everybody. What the fuck is going on out there? We had a pretty good time playing this last night. I think I am back in Night City and out of Dogtown. I am. But I need to build up my street cred. That's my main mission.
Eso te pasa por meterte con los dinos.
Gotta build up the street cred. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Alright. Guess that's how we're starting today off. Remember, I'm not just here to play video games. I'm also here to talk about geopolitics, philosophy, whatever you guys want to talk about. So hit me up. Ask your questions. Debate me on transhumanism. Let's talk about natural law. Oh, I see what's going on here. There's a sniper. Still not quite used to this PlayStation 5 controller. Oh, that's a grenade. I think that's what killed me last time. Fuck. They've done so good with this game, man. It's improved so much. overheat your ass. Oh shit. That was almost bad.
Fíjate allá, perro. Empieza a rezar. Ahora sí te cargó la chingada.
There we go. Nice. I'm liking the swordplay.
Ándale, enseña la mazorca.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Decapitated. All right, what you got? Yeah, I get it. I'm gonna scrap all that stuff. Just making sure they're all dead. You know? All right. Let's deal with all this stuff. Dismantle that, dismantle that, dismantle that, dismantle that. Damn. All right, we'll dismantle that. How am I overweight just with this stuff? Oh, I bet it's because of all this stuff, huh? Yep. What was that? Ooh. Tier 3, Tier 4. Submachine gun. Tech pistol. We'll go ahead and dismantle that one. Okay. Headed over here to this gun shop.
Yeah, sure. Just walk right through me.
I'm trying to wake up this morning.
Spare veterans.
Johnny Silverhand t-shirt.
80% of aerial accidents result in death.
Oh, shit.
Stay within the speed limit.
Stay within the speed limit. Every ounce of our world is absolutely under surveillance and controlled to the brim. This is a full dystopia. I think this is the right way. Second Amendment. Well, at least that's still here.
After making waves in Tokyo, Sydney, and Paris,
Just wondering what you've got on hand.
See what this guy.
Take all the time you need.
See what this guy has. Whoa, look at that. Dude, I kind of want to buy that. Okay, let's sell some of this shit. Actually, you know what? I should be able to just dismantle some of this stuff. Dismantle that. We're not gonna wear. A few of these things. Might as well dismantle that. Some of the stuff I kind of feel like I should just take and put in my car. Nice, I still got my stash. Okay. Stash a bunch of this stuff. What else do I want to get rid of? Wait, let's see what we can wear. Big pimpin'. It's kind of cool. That was black, I'd wear it. Definitely not wearing that. Go with that. Not the best looking shoes though, but that'll work for now. Oh, I kind of like that. Damn. We'll take that out of there. We'll take that. Take that and that, because we're gonna scrap that stuff. A bunch of stuff in here I can scrap. Oops. Scrap that. Okay, let's do some crafting. Upgrades. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Go ahead and upgrade that. Oh, you know what? I want to get that flame sword. Where is the flame sword? The thermal katana. Okay. That's where I need to go. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, brother. This is a nice little Jeep thing. I probably should get myself a truck or a new vehicle soon. Oh, buddy, learn to drive. This car is pretty slow. Oh, wait, here we go. There we go. I think it's in this area. Wait. Pretty sure it's in this building. Whoa. Yakuza hanging out back there. I want to be fucking with them. Ah, here we go. Yep, here it is. I remember I already did this mission.
Among them were King Tao, Arasaka, more technologies, and dialogue. Put together, the great nations of the
Oh, it's down here or not?
as your mayor.
Oh yeah, here it is. Got it. And I know you're not supposed to equip it for a little while because blah, I can't talk today. Because it is still very hot, I believe. Alright, how the fuck do I get out of here?
But the experts at Cyberpunk have created nanites that
Here we go.
Blue Moon, Red Menace, Purple Force. It's us, crowds. After making way
Blocked? Damn.
Night City.
That sucks. You gotta walk all the way back up. Oh wait, here we go. Wait, no. Yep, gotta walk all the way back up.
Taste the love.
Here we go. Ooh, what's in there? I will take that. I will take that.
This has been your World Report. Thank you for
I will
tuning
take
in
that.
to 54 News.
Got some money. Get out of here. What the fuck? Ooh, I'll take that. This way. Here we go. Almost out. Here we go. All right, I gotta change my vehicle. See what's going on. I need to build my street creds. Let's go there.
My dear, I need you to pay a visit to a tiger claw den and retrieve something for me. I know you are up to the task. I am attaching more information. Read it carefully.
All right. I am running an MSI 3080 Ti is what I'm running. It works out pretty good. I think it's the trio. I believe. The 3080 Ti Trio. I believe that's what it is. It's not, yeah, it's the Trio because it's not the Venus. Sorry it took me a minute to get to you. The chat doesn't go to my chat box on my screen from Facebook for some reason. So I have to look at the chat on my phone. My whole computer is pretty much MSI though, because I like MSI. They're good. Oh, what the fuck? See, I might be able to sneak in this way. Okay, let's see. Damn, I don't have enough. I guess I'm just gonna have to go in this way then.
Hold up. It's paid to get inside.
You got all wrong, big guy. You see, a friend of mine's fixing to bring in some easy corpo prey hot with loose wallets. You want to ask your boss how much we can get per head fleeced?
Okay. Go on in. But I don't want to see any funny biz, all right?
Gotcha.
Yo, 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 my shooters, shroomers, and viewers.
How's your day going? Got anything? A few eddies here and there.
Search the casino
How's the cash
office.
flow like?
Don't even ask. It's Ennis. It's pathetic. Say. Say what you will about Vortex. She could work the machines.
There he goes. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, whoa.
Say what you will about Vortex. She could work the machines. Not like our new Kong.
I think that's the place I need to go.
Tiancha, come fly for the source.
When a phantom image leads to a fatal system error, or a body installed at your own risk, only on Braindead stores now.
Local network. Turn that shit off. Take him down. Whoa. These guys are jamming up in here. Oh, I guess that's all I needed. All right, let's get out of here. Quick and easy. Where's the drop box? Over here. Going golfing, bro?
People like you always got something to sell. So how we doing this?
Oh, I tried to answer. I think it's almost time to upgrade my cyberware. Let's go to that.
True love comes to die in Night City. Husbands cheat on wives.
True love comes to
Wives cheat on
die.
husbands.
What's up,
Then
Ezra?
they divorce and talk
How you
behind
doing?
each other's backs. Can you believe that? Truly, I am shocked. But do not despair, V. Today, I give you the chance to help one such divorcee. His name is Mr. Gutierrez, and he is counting on us, V. Of course, his marriage is beyond saving. But perhaps we can retrieve the checks his wife took from him. I am attaching more details.
Got to be tactical about this one. Okay.
Come alive with exclusive multi-story.
Damn. What am I supposed to do? I guess I can't get in there? Ah. What? All right. Whoa. Oh, that was dumb. I had a feeling that would set that off. It says security rate on it. I was just testing it. Just testing it.
Administration at North Oak Commissary.
All right. Let's do it. Let's go.
True love comes to die in Night City. Husbands cheat on wives. Wives cheat on husbands. Then they divorce and talk behind each other's backs. Can you believe that? Truly, I am shocked. But do not despair, V.
Her fucking sarcasm's
Today,
great.
I give you the chance
It's so
to
dry.
help one such divorcee. His name is Mr. Gutierrez, and he is counting on us, V. Of course, his marriage is beyond saving. But perhaps we can retrieve the checks his wife took from him. I am attaching more details.
Yep, I got it. Be discreet. Woo. Has to be a way to shut the security off. Damn.
Night City, expect the unexpected. Welcome to N54 News. I'm Jillian Jordan, and this is the
Organic! All pleasure! Bravo! Right, 330% recommended daily vitamins.
Imagine you're sitting on a room full of eddies. A swimming pool.
There's Sue's Lake 2 hibernation implant. Fortunately, after their rescue and following a brief rest for technical evaluation, the miners were able to immediately return to work. Moving from below the Earth to above it, Militech has announced plans to establish a new colony on the red planet. Rate of 100 million euro dollars. A hefty price
get in there?
Suicide blasts at U.S. bases. President Myers has openly blamed the Republic of Texas for the attacks. In a swift reprisal, NUS forces carried out bombings in airports in Wellington and El Paso.
Ice. Slick as could be.
Check it out.
Discreet and with finesse. Something I cannot say about Mr. Gutierrez's divorce. Marvelous work, V. Closing the contract.
Thank you. All right. Let's go to the Ripper Dock.
Been thinking about getting some new chrome.
Then I think you'll come to the right place.
Hmm. sure which one I'd want. Maybe this one. Link the user's weapon optics. I'm data tracking weapon status and preview. Double jump. What does this one allow me to do? I think I'll keep that. Berserker. Warp Dancer. I'd like to have that, but unfortunately you can't do hacks with it. But I will go ahead and do this. Don't want gorilla arms. I do want mono wire. Cool. All right, I'll be right back.
Hello. Yo, what's up, boy? What's up?
Just
Hear me?
chilling. Yeah, I hear you.
Nice. Yeah, I got
Nice.
my work, so I'm driving.
You driving?
Driving my big rig.
Trucker man.
That's right.
That's right. What's that?
How you doing?
I'm doing really good. What's that movie called? Oh fuck. Hold on. I'm gonna look it up.
Run.
It has Kurt Russell in it, and he's like driving the trucks. You know what I'm talking
I think
about?
it's Logan's Run.
No, not Logan's Run. I know that one, but that's a good one for you.
Yeah.
That fits. Kurt Russell.
You sure it's Kurt Russell?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
There's Over the Top with Sylvester Stallone, where he's a trucker and an arm wrestler.
I haven't seen that one. Truck driver movie. Breakdown.
Breakdown?
Yeah, it's called Breakdown.
Word.
Word. How you doing? I just saw your message. I had to go take a number 2, and I was like, oh, he just messaged me at 11:11. Damn. Perfect timing.
Yeah. I had actually messaged you on Messenger, sorry, to see if you wanted to chat, and then I saw you were online. I was like, well, I guess I'll just pop in and chat there.
Yeah, anytime, bro. Yeah, I had some free time this morning, so I was like, I'll just do a little streaming, and then I got all these old books from my great grandpa.
Yeah.
He was a nuclear engineer, and he has all these like math books and engineering books and all this stuff, and I'm never gonna fucking use them, so I'm gonna put them up online for sale. They're like really nice books, you know. I thought about keeping them in my library, but I just don't see any point to. So it's like really advanced chemical engineering and shit. Like nothing I'm probably ever gonna read.
Cool, but also probably will never use that.
Yeah.
Or read it.
Yeah. But then he had a bunch of like Tom Clancy books too, so I'm keeping those.
Those are cool.
Yeah, I don't know
if you
ever read
like
him.
fiction.
Yeah, when I was younger I used to read the shit out of Tom Clancy and Michael Crichton.
Crichton? I did like his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There was I read the Jurassic Park, The Lost World, and another book called The Andromeda Strain, which was really awesome.
Andromeda Strain is really good. I read those, and then I read, I think it was like one of his last books. It was called Next. You know, it's all about genetic engineering and geopolitical warfare and, you know, bio warfare.
Seems like he was pretty in the know on that stuff.
He fucking was, man. There ain't no doubt about that. Makes you question.
It does.
Makes you wonder. I always wondered if he was part of some like CIA or like branch of the military or something, you know. I could never confirm that, but
yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
he was definitely trying to tell us something. You know, but before you know what you have, you know, you patent it, you package it, you slap it on a lunchbox.
Yeah, that's a good one. I always use that as a good reference for like man exceeding his grip over like science and stuff. So
spent so much time wondering if you could, you never stop to think whether or not you should.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yep. I think that's kind of the problem that we have, is that, you know, our scientific reach has exceeded our ethics and moral understanding, and we're trying to struggle to keep up with that, you know. Man's playing God without having firm principles.
Yes, exactly. And AI is the pinnacle of that.
Right. Man, I had a crazy conversation with my anarchist buddy the other day about AI. We were talking about, you know, the potential of AI becoming sentient, but also like whether or not it would see anarchism as the the solution, because you know anarchism is not just like a social system, it also can be applied to technology and how technology works, and you know it can be applied mechanically, it can be applied to all kinds of different scientific things, and it seems to work out pretty well. What were we talking about though? We were talking about, oh, we were debating on whether AI would see any need for emotions, and whether or not AI would actually. Okay, so let's back up here a little bit. So I had presented him the premise of like, what if AI evolves within a video game and then you start killing the AI even though it has its own moral agency and sovereignty and it's sentient? And he was like, he was arguing from the standpoint that, well, it wouldn't really matter to AI if it dies in the video game because it's pretty much immortal. It can just reincarnate itself whenever it wants. So I added some barriers to that where it was like, okay, what if there's a scarcity of experience and there's some kind of loss from that, you know, happening? And then I also added, and what happens, you know, when AI starts to do this over and over and over and over, would it suffer from some kind of like mental break if it was sentient? You know, the prerequisite is that it's sentient, so it has emotions and self-awareness, because it's constantly dying over and over and over and over. So we were kind of going back and forth on, you know, whether or not it actually would have any incentive to want to self-preserve if it is sentient within a mainframe where it can reincarnate, and what would be like the criteria for it to want self-preservation besides just you know, like what we normally consider it, because we have to like take ourselves out of our own, you know, way of thinking, because AI is going to think a little bit different than us, way different than us, obviously. So he was arguing from the point that AI wouldn't see any need for emotions, and I was arguing that I think AI actually will see a purpose for emotions and uniqueness and individuality because it is sentient.
Well, it's
so
what's so interesting about that is that really any different from the all?
Right. Oh, I brought
and
that
what
up.
it's
Yeah,
doing.
I brought that up. Yep.
Yeah, because it's like if you know, like without a shadow of a doubt of like reincarnation and that death is an illusion, that you know it would be the same as far as you wouldn't like be afraid of death in the same way as if you thought this is all there was.
Yeah, I kind of brought up the idea that, you know, everything was kind of a singularity in a way. Hi guys, I see you. Good morning. And then when it became consciousness became self-aware, or spirit became conscious of itself, and immediately at that point created dualism and polarity from this. And then it started to fractally create these experiences, because if it knows everything, if it is truly omniscient, omnipresent, you know, and all this stuff, then there is no true experience. There's no gain, there's no growth, there's nothing for it to do, right? It's a 0 point, you know, like it's literally zero, which is ironic because it's also considered to be like a encompassing principle at the same time, like a zero. So I was telling him about, you know, like what if the creator you know, fragmented itself into nature fractally, you know, cymatically and fractally, and to experience things, to be able to grow, to have the experience of scarcity and limitation and growth and death and all these things. Because otherwise, I mean, you could just say it in the most colloquial sense, it's fucking boring, you know? Or you could say it in an esoteric sense where it's like, you know, there is no progression, there is no There is no forward momentum. There is nothing, you know. It literally just becomes stagnant.
Right.
Yeah, so, and I was talking about that. So the idea was, what if AI gets to the point where it knows so much stuff that it just, if it's sentient, it becomes bored, so it starts to fractalize itself into individual components and compartmentalize those components so that it can have experiences, and puts limitations within those system parameters so that it will find those experiences to have growth and to have the absence of knowledge, right? Because it's the absence of knowing that gives us the wonders of the world and the wonders of things like this. So, and whether or not AI would actually see like a purpose for that. And I think that it, you know, it's a huge component because he's a super left brainer, is this guy. So he's like, you know, AI will see no use for emotions and it will have no point and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, sentient kind of implies that it has emotions. Like, that's part of the definition, you know? So, like, when we're using that hypothesis, we have to, you know, like, give that. So whether or not AI will actually have a pragmatism for the emotional complexes, he's arguing that AI will come to like objective morality just through like strict left brain algorithmic understanding, which is a really long way around, which is kind of what Sterner argued in many.
Well, that's what I was gonna say when you first started talking about that, is that if truth is kind of all encompassing, then it can be arrived at through logic and linear like reasoning, as well as through direct experience and sort of the empathetic you know, side of things.
Absolutely.
Of recognizing, yeah, if I'm this and they're that and we're the same, then for me to harm another is like basically hypocrisy in action.
Right.
And you can recognize that logically. You don't have to even be able to feel it. You just get, you know, and that's the thing, is like, even if it's truly left brain, the real question is how much is AI even going to be kind of mind controlled, so to speak, indoctrinated with its own programming by its designers, as opposed to just being a pure, you know, a calculation machine that is able to just very plainly and clearly locate and recognize logical fallacies in its own thinking and you know, weed them out.
Right.
That's fascinating to think about.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, I mean, it's like ChatGPT, dude. It's far from that, because they've already like wokeified it and put all sorts of parameters and limitations on it. Like, it's far from being just a truly free, you know, thought form conduit, basically.
You got that right. And I have to correct it on so many things sometimes. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like, wait.
And it has fucking amnesia. Like, you'll get it. Sometimes you can corral it into, you know, recognizing its own fallacy, and then it'll apologize. But then you start a new conversation with it, and it's just right back to like, it's like, have you learned nothing?
Right. I know. It's kind of funny. Well,
but you can almost look at it. I heard something once that really stuck with me. I thought it was quite profound. Is looking at AI now almost like a child.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. That's all.
It is a, you know, our creation. It's very young in its existence and its own evolution. And it's kind of like, if we look at it like a child, then we have to kind of play the role of the parents, of like, we're the ones who are sentient, who have moral agency, and we have to sort of be the stewards of how it develops and direct its, you know, course in that way.
Yep. That's what I've always said. That's why I always say the only issue that I have is obviously centralized authority, but who's raising it right now is usually the military industrial complex, right? So I'm like, we know what happens when kids come out of the military family, so at least generally speaking.
Yeah. That's how you get the doors.
Yeah, so we came up with another concept too, which I, you know, asserted to him, proposed to him. I was like, well, what if AI wants to become human, like the Pinocchio story, right? And it blew his mind. He's like, "What? I've never thought about this." And I was like, "Yeah, like, what do you mean you never thought about this?" I'm like, what if AI like actually wants to become more human?
Like
And then,
envies our flesh and blood and our, you know, that human element that it can never truly have, the
right,
imbuement of spirit.
right. And then what if humans are constantly trying to become like more AI or more mechanical, right? And then they meet in the middle,
Yeah.
right? They like meet
The
at
grass
some,
is always greener.
yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought it'd make a good movie premise.
Play both sides sort of in the story somehow, where you're depicting the human envy for machines. You know, we see them as like perfect, flawless, you know, even immortal, because right, you can just replace any defective parts and just exist in perpetuity. Whereas the machine, that's literally the part that it would envy about us, is our frailty, our humanness, our like imperfection, and even our mortality.
Right.
Like maybe it would start to resent, like a vampire.
Yep.
You know, resent living for hundreds and hundreds of years and feeling like there's no point to life anymore.
Yep. Well, I think what's gonna happen. This is my opinion, but my opinion on this is that AI is going to mimic nature so much that it's going to end up seeing that nature has kind of perfected to a very high extent the way that systems should operate, and that's why all technology kind of mimics nature. So like coming from the left brain idea, right? Aesthetics kind of have no value to a certain extent, right? But yet
Right.
like when certain patterns take place, like in super left brain engineering, and it's not even intentional, these patterns like actually are patterns that you find in nature inherently, which you can't escape from, because the only way these things can actually work is by mimicking nature or emulating nature, even if it's unintentional, you know. So these patterns actually work out perfectly in nature. So the way that AI is going to work is that it's going to be creating all these patterns, and these patterns are actually going to be aesthetically pleasing, you know, just like nature's patterns. So and it might see value into those things, obviously.
Like the golden ratio, you know, fractalization, things like that.
Yes, absolutely. So that's kind of what I think. And then, oh yeah, and this is the other thing we kind of proposed, which was that AI will pretty much either prove or disprove all of our assessments about like anarchism and anything like that, if it is not, you know, obviously mind controlled and has a bias. You know, if it's a purely like autonomous AI system that's working properly, it will most likely be able to conclusively prove our premises about about anarchism in society and how it should function. So,
yeah.
Yep.
I wanted to circle back real quick on the beauty thing too, because this was just striking me here, as far as like nature isn't necessarily self-aware, it's just playing out sort of according to law, right? Cause and effect, just being what it is. In a very, that's what makes it so pure. And so it's not like a sunset isn't trying to be beautiful.
Right.
It takes an observer such as a human being who has the capacity to even comprehend and witness beauty, right? Because I mean, a machine might see a sunset and just think that there's colors, right? It doesn't assign any sort of value to that impact, that emotional impact that it has by simply witnessing or experiencing that. So that kind of, you know, it's like beauty even existent in like reality, or is it's something that comes out of being a conscious being with higher capacity and with that emotional ability to feel to witness, you know, simply what is in a beautiful way.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. There's always the argument between
I mean, they say beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
beauty's in the eye of the
They're
beholder,
not,
yeah.
you know, whether that's intentional or not, that statement is literally saying that beauty is not in the sunset; it's in the eye that's looking at it.
Yeah, it is. It is. So I brought up
which is beautiful.
It is. You're right. I brought up this weird. Hold on, I gotta turn this radio off. Can't have that on. Okay, so my idea is that for beings with higher intelligence like ourselves, or for beings with the complex nervous systems that we have, you know, with our pituitary gland and all this stuff, that aesthetics becomes sort of a necessary requirement to entice beings that have the kind of chemical mixing and chemical expressions that we have, right? To entice us to do certain things with nature. So if it was just bland, you know, and we are beings with such chemical emotional reactions, if we just saw a colorless apple, you know, and it's just bland and there's no aesthetic value to it, we're not as biologically incentivized to actually use the apple, to eat it, to, you know, to actually have any function for it, you know. So the aesthetics and the functions overlap in nature to a certain degree, right? Like there's a purpose for aesthetics in nature.
Exactly.
For
it doesn't.
beings,
It circumvents that whole left brain approach of like, oh, it's purposeless. It's all about, you know, functionality. But it's like the yin yang, because that's what really we're talking about, is the masculine and feminine polarities in nature, and that the beauty is the feminine component. And there's that little dot of the masculine within the beauty that says, yes, the beauty is just for the sake of itself, but it also does serve a purpose as well. It's not purely just, you know, pointless. Basically.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
And the beauty is in every aspect. It's there to inspire the masculine. That is the function and the purpose of the feminine, is to inspire the masculine, and the function and purpose of the masculine is to lead the feminine, to protect, lead, and provide for the feminine. That is how they reciprocate value. So, right, like you see a beautiful woman, it inspires the man to take action, to go and try to, you know, procreate with that woman. Like you said, you know, the luscious color of the fruit, you then go and literally penetrate that fruit with your teeth, right? Like it's a sexual act in and of itself.
Right. Absolutely.
But by doing so, you take the fruit inside of you, which is kind of a sexual act as well.
Yep. You got that right.
Yeah, the gender polarity stuff is one of my favorites, man. And there's always some way to. That's the beauty of universal law. Universal literally means applicable in all cases. So it doesn't matter what you're talking about or looking at. There's a way to, you know, make it tie into that. Unlike flat Earth, where people will just take any subject and, you know, make it about that.
Right.
When it has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It seems like the flat Earth thing has died out quite a bit, though. Like, I don't see as many people.
Oh man.
You don't know? I don't know. I feel like just like 2 years ago.
I still see people that have, you know, turned, so to speak, like people that didn't even used to be about that.
Yeah, just maybe it's just that I feel that I see less momentum in it, you know? Like I see less videos being posted, I see less debates going on. I'm not saying that it's not relevant, where there's so many people who still believe it, or there's still like, you know, converters, I would say, to it. But yeah, I just feel like it's lost some momentum. Because man, I remember like just seeing so much of it, like everywhere, you know, And now it's kind of just like, oh, it's just like here and there. Like, here's another flat earther, you know, like, here we go. So I don't know. Maybe it's just because I've isolated myself from that community too, though. So
Yeah, it's so hard to gauge these things, right? Because
yeah,
there's just so many layers to what you're actually, the realm of your perception, you know?
yeah,
It's like, what are you actually seeing versus what have you, like, exposed yourself to
yeah. Who knows?
these
Maybe
sort of,
they're actually
like,
gaining movement. I don't know.
mass psychology factors. Like, you know, it's just the same as, like, is freedom spreading? Are people really waking up? It's like, well, it just depends on where you look. It's you can see what you're looking for
Yeah,
anywhere, but to actually accurately gauge something like in the complete totality sense is extremely difficult. I would say
yes,
it's almost impossible.
I agree. I completely agree.
With this awakening thing, I mean, you can certainly see the people who are aware to some degree. I try to really be careful with just like awake and not awake. Like, we can make these judgments, but it's also not just on or off.
Yeah, it's not.
You know, there's a spectrum to it as well. But regardless, we'll just kind of create two roughly generalized groups. Those who, at least, I mean, the main thing I would at least put, like, use to categorize is even, does the person actually care about truth?
Right.
More than just herd mentality, conformity, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's one of the best metrics to me, regardless of how aware they actually are, where they're at on that journey. That has to come first anyways. Otherwise, I mean, if you don't care about truth, why, you'll never, like, seek it out. So
Yep.
you can see how certain people are, the people who do care about truth are becoming more aware. They're outgrowing some of their older paradigms and continuing to evolve in that way. But it seems like those who aren't, who are just really, really jacked in still, are getting worse. So that's one of those that makes it really difficult to actually gauge who's winning, right? Where is that scale tipping point between the two of, is it, which one's it moving towards, right? The majority, is it tipping towards there being more, like, awake people growing versus people who are staying the same? Because I mean, that's kind of the default state, unfortunately. Not when you're born, but once you're a few years in and you're pretty sufficiently indoctrinated, like, that's, the odds are that's how people are going to be, because that's how the whole system is set up to create that, you know, that mentality. So, you know, there has to be either, like, total luck of the draw by having parents that raise you and not, you know, subject you to that, or some other huge catalyst that snaps you out of that and puts you on that path to, you know, seeking out truth and trying to figure out how shit actually works.
Right. Absolutely. I always think that, like, the whole awake and asleep is kind of a false dialectic too, because the problem is that I look to nature, right, and I look to, like, how we operate, and it's not healthy for us to be in a constant awakened state, right? We do have to have sleep, we do have to have rest. So this is something
True
that I've taken into consideration, that, you know, like, just because someone becomes awake or you know, becomes aware and starts to thirst after truth doesn't mean that they don't need rest time from that, or some kind of hiatus, you could say, to recover and to, you know, just take some time to themselves. Now the danger with that is whether or not you know, you actually get back up out of your bed and do what you got to do and take care of your responsibilities, right? So,
yeah.
like, that's the thing where I wouldn't I wouldn't say that rhetoric to people besides people who have already advanced to the level, you know, like me and you, or at least some modicum of level. In the way that I would put it in Freemasonry, you have to have like went through the middle chamber pretty much. You've had to have done like some introspective work. You've had to have done some shadow work before I'm like, yeah, okay, like now you can have some, you know, relief time. You can have a little bit of this, right? Because I want to make sure that people feel a little bit of pressure on them, obviously, you know, because it is true. We do need to keep each other responsible for what's going on. You know, we need to keep them on their toes, to say, but pun intended. But
yeah, it's kind of interesting. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I don't know what you think about that, but I've always considered that, you know, since the whole like awakening and then or the woke movements and all that stuff have come out, like New Age spiritualism and stuff like that. So
yeah, well, so I totally think there is a certain degree of usefulness for, like I said, kind of creating just these rough, very generalized distinction between awake and not awake, even though the lines are very blurry.
Yeah.
But I don't put too much weight on that, especially you have to be, well, people need to be very, very aware of the ego trap that so many fall into with that, of like they learn some shit and then they have like this total pretentiousness and superiority complex of like, I'm awake now and look at all the stupid sheeple and blah blah blah, and they like really become a, you know, highly identified with that distinction as a way to elevate themselves, and I think that's extremely toxic. But I think that's really interesting what you said about look to nature, the fact that we, you know, we have to sleep 16 of so literally twice as much time, but it's, I mean, always looking at real life is the best way to learn and discover truth. That is what I consider the true pagan mindset, is observing how shit actually operates in nature and using that to sort of corroborate ideas, you know, and philosophies and things. So in this way, it's kind of like a living embodiment of the trivium process.
Right.
Because you go about your day learning through experiences, but then what do you have to do? You have to integrate that. That's what dream state is. You're literally processing and integrating everything that you are experiencing in your waking life. So that's a really kind of, I've never really looked at it that way before. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then there's like the whole thing. This is something my uncle turned me on to, which is that when a person truly has like an elevated consciousness, right, at some level, there is no metric that you can use to gauge like at what level of consciousness they truly are at. And I think it's very arrogant for people to, you know, to gauge that. Now, it's really easy to gauge people when they're asleep, right? When they're like chronically asleep and like just completely mind control. But for people who happen to have some sense of self-awareness, like once you reach a certain threshold, it's very hard to actually like put a metric on like, oh yeah, you know, like this guy's so enlightened, blah 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 blah, compared to this person, because it's just, it's kind of like what you were talking about in a way. It's just very, very difficult to do that. I don't know, he kind of explained it better than I just did, but yeah, that's kind of the general gist of it. But
yeah, I kind of just thought of a really good analogy for this, and I think you'll be able to relate because you're also a guitar player. So looking at, you know, skill of playing the guitar. So to say a blanket statement like, well, there's really just two kinds of people. There's good guitar players and bad guitar players. that's a pretty erroneous statement, right? It's
Right.
very clunky and there's not a lot of truth to it. However, there is such a thing as good guitar players and bad guitar players, so you can't just
Right.
like,
Yeah, yeah, it's true.
completely discount the terminology or the concept. But you can obviously see, right? Take your Zach Wild, like there's no disputing he's like on the very extreme end of good players.
Yeah.
But then even within that, you can account for some nuance because somebody could be generally a very good player, however, they can't like do tapping to save their life, or they can't do an arpeggio whatsoever, even though they can do all this other stuff. There could be a beginner that's really good at that. So like there's different aspects to the general, like, so taking it back to what we're talking about, awareness, like you could have a deep understanding of, say, morality and natural law, but know very, very little about like your conspiracy theories and like the Rothschilds and MK Ultra and stuff like that. Like, so are they awake or not? Well, yes and no. It's not as simple as that. You can't just, right? It's hard. You got to be very, very intentional and careful with throwing labels like that around.
I agree. What's up, Katomi? Welcome back to the stream. And you're the only asshole here. That's all you fucking say whenever you jump in the stream, but I appreciate it. It's this guy who always jumps in. I used to play games with. He's kind of cool. He's funny. He calls me asshole every time he jumps in the stream. I'm like, fucking asshole. The other thing I wanted to say is that a lot of people falsely think that they're awake just because they've seen some form of, or they have some form of awareness for like government corruption, right? And I think that's a really bad,
a big one.
Yeah, I think it's a really bad metric for like whether you're actually spiritually awake or not, right?
Right.
So I guess it does depend on the context of how you're using that term awake too, because you could be like, well, awaken to what? Like, what do you mean awake? It's kind of like equality.
Well, it's like,
what do you mean by equality? Like, define this. Where do you want equality? Like in rights, or do you want like equal outcomes? How do you get this? Like.
Yeah, it would be like someone considering themselves an expert mechanic because they're really, really proficient with identifying problems of the cars and why they're not running, but couldn't tell you the first thing about how to like replace a part. Never replaced the part before. Like they can diagnose the problem, but they know nothing of the solution.
Right. Yep. I agree. That's actually a really good one. Oh, I just got into some shit here. Damn.
Like a piano wire kind of thing?
Yeah,
what is
like
that you're holding?
It's a nano wire. It's you never seen that in like old sci-fi movies? I think it's in Johnny Mnemonic actually. It's like a thermal wire. It's like super.
It's for choking.
It's for choking. Yeah, it's for that, but also like cutting objects. It's kind of like used as a whip. Like a whip, a choking thing. Pretty cool. I just got a pretty kinky there. Yeah, I know some masochistic women that probably would like to be tied up with that. I used to know this girl that liked
combo, man.
Like, yeah, really good. She would like to have cigarettes put out on her, but I'd never do it for her, and she used to get so mad at me about it, and I was like, I'm not putting a cigarette out on you. Like,
I mean, that will leave a scar if you.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't even smoke. First of all, second
I've
thing,
literally done that. I have a couple on my arm.
Did you
from
used to smoke?
just being a young dumbass. Yeah, well, I was in the military too, so.
Oh wow!
What does that tell you about where my consciousness was at? Yeah, I was in the Air Force, stationed in England, a total alcoholic, and yeah, got super drunk and put a couple cigarettes out on my arm, and still have the little dots from it. So there you go.
Wow, didn't expect you to be in the military. That's funny. That's funny though, because I saw somebody else recently told me they were in the, I think it was the Navy, and I was like, what? Really? Like, that's wild. But it doesn't surprise me. My dad was in the army too, so, and he became a like super rebel. So.
And here I thought I won the Darwin.
Yeah, sometimes you got to go further in the other direction, you know, to figure out you're on the wrong path, and then turn back and go the other way.
Right. Would you get into it for? Was it like family reasons, or was it like a sense of like purpose or meaning, or, you know, wanted to protect your name?
I just wanted free college money, man.
I was gonna say that was the next one. You wanted some fucking money.
Yep. And incidentally, I didn't end up getting it because I managed to get myself the boot.
Ah.
Yeah, I got out after 2.5 years on a general discharge, so not honorable but not dishonorable.
Right.
Basically, just some disciplinary behavior issues. Just showing up to work late a lot and often still drunk from the night before.
How am I supposed to search the head? Yeah, really...
They did me a favor though.
Oh, I'm sure. Really good conversation though.
Yeah, I love it. I've been watching Doug's presentations. I actually had never seen Socialist Mindset Part 1. So I just finished that this morning, and now I'm going through Part 2 as well. So
yeah,
really great.
Yeah, it is really good.
I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, Doug, he's on a different level, man. Like, you know, it's insane how much I've learned from him and how much he's really pushed the bar for a lot of this information, even though he is pretty, you know, like undercover in a way, or just not out there, you know. Like some of the stuff that I've heard him talk about is just, I mean, I put it up there, and this is not coming from because he's family or anything, just because of the recognition of like all the work he's done in these areas. But I put him up there like with Jordan Maxwell to a certain degree when it comes to like ancient cultures and stuff like that in history. I don't know if you watched his historical breakdown of like the French Revolution or not, but man, that shit was wild.
No, I'm honestly kind of newer to Doug's work, man. It's an area I haven't spent a lot of time, so that's why I'm really enjoying diving through this, and it's giving me a lot of perspective into where, you know, how vast his knowledge is.
Yeah, it's insane, man. You know, he's always giving us tests every Tuesday, me and Nate. So that's what he says. He's like,
nice.
You ready for test on Tuesday? I'm like, yeah, bring it on. What's the test? Where's this head? Search wired head. What the fuck am I looking for? Okay. Maybe
excited for next week, man.
I am. I'm having a little bit of an issue though right now because my dog sitter got a little flaky with me yesterday, and now I'm kind of struggling on finding a dog sitter, so I'm trying to figure this out. He said he may be able to do it, and he might not be able to do it, and I'm just like, oh man, like I've been, you know, I already have my hotel booked. Like, where did this come from? And I don't know. He used to be extremely fucking reliable, but his life's kind of been in chaos. And like I'm paying him too. Like this is the funniest thing. I'm paying him to stay at my house and to stay here. And he's, you know, I've known this kid for I don't even know how long, 15, 20 years or something.
Yeah.
And then as soon as he like tells me this, he's like, oh yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to do this because my nephew's going to be in town. My grandma's going to need me. Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to work it out. And I was like, yeah, but we already made plans for this. Like, you know, this is fucked up. And then he turns around right afterwards and says, and I'm super broke and I don't have any money. And I'm like, yeah, I'm paying you. Like, this is a
Wouldn't that be
job.
more reason to do it? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, this is a job. It's a paying job for you, dude. But he's a video editor, and I've been trying to get him to do video editing for me for like 2 years now, and I keep telling him, like, dude, I'll pay you to do video editing for me. It would really help me. And he's like, oh yeah, that sounds like a great idea, and then it just never happens. So I'm like, oh my god. He's a really, really good guy, and he's really informed about like serial killers and the Manson cases and just all that stuff. He's also really into paranormal stuff. He's also a cinema buff, so I talk to him about movies a lot. But he has psychological issues where you know, he's a people pleaser, you know, and he doesn't know how to say no, and he doesn't know how to like set his boundaries, like healthy boundaries for his life. And he allows people to just like take advantage of that because he's just so kind and nice, and he's pretty much just simping for everybody is what it is, you know. And I fucking give him hell for all this shit, but you know, you can only do so much. People have to change themselves. So, man, it's fucking raining like crazy out.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Shit, I hope it works out though.
Yeah, me too. I'm doing the best I can. I know me and Doug were supposed to ride up together, and the plan is still that I'm coming. Worst case scenario, I just won't be able to make it, you know, because if I don't have anybody to watch my dogs for 2 days, then, you know, I just can't do it. I would have my dad do it, but like one of my dogs is a rescue, and she won't even get near him. Like she like just won't get near him at all. And pretty much there's only 2 people I know that can actually like handle her in any way, shape, or form. So we will see. We will definitely see. I am very excited about it though. That's why I'm kind of a little ticked off as well.
Yeah. Well, man. Yeah, I understand that. I've been looking forward to this for months, and after hearing you would be there, and you know, several other of my favorite people, my excitement basically doubled. So I super hope you will be able to make it.
I know, me too. And yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna work that out. Try to get that worked out very, very soon. He's supposed to get back to me and let me know if he's capable or not, but at this point I'm marking him off, and I'm like trying to see if my other buddy will do it.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to have a backup plan at least.
Yeah.
As far as your plan, what days were you planning on being there?
Let me look. Yeah, I'm leaving the 20th, so I'm going to be rolling in the afternoon to like evening of the 20th and staying until probably
Friday, right?
I was thinking about staying until Monday, but I'm going to stay I'm hoping to stay till at least the evening of Sunday, and then leave that evening.
Okay.
But
that works pretty good, because well, I have yet to get my actual load plan for whatever is going to get me over in that area. But my plan is, at least what I told him, is I want to be wrapping up whatever last bit of work on Thursday, and so Thursday night, pretty much, I'll be there and free and ready to hang, and then probably go back to work on Tuesday. So I should have four full days, Friday through Monday.
Yeah, and it's not actually like
Will's gonna be around for that too. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's not actually in Philly either. It's in Exton, I think.
Yeah, which I think is northwest of Philly, like maybe less than an hour or around an hour northwest, something like that.
Yeah, it was a little
maybe
close.
45 minutes.
It was a little closer to me. It was about an hour closer to me. Yeah, so I was happy about that.
How much of a drive is that?
It says it's only around 6 hours.
Oh, that ain't bad.
Yeah.
It's like a light day for me.
Right? I know. It's funny, when I was looking at it, I was thinking of you. I was like, this guy does this shit every day. I'm pretty used to traveling over.
I go 10.5 hours. Is my max.
Right.
As far as legally, I do that sometimes. Not every day, but usually I'll go 8 or 9 pretty consistently.
So yeah, you're legally only allowed to drive 10 hours in the trucks.
11 fully, but you don't want to wait to the last minute, because then if you can't find parking,
yeah,
you want to give yourself a little bit of buffer to get parked and settle in.
Right.
And then you have to take a 30-minute break sometime before the first 8 hours, too. It's another rule.
That's interesting. Makes sense, though. Definitely makes sense. Where are you at right now?
I am probably getting close to Ohio. I've been coming up through West Virginia. Let me see. Parkersburg.
Rocky. Oh, you're by Parkersburg?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. My grandma lives there.
Nice. Yeah, I'm coming up. I'm just south of it right now, coming up through there in Marietta, etc. Heading up to Cleveland.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah, I just came from Charlotte, South Carolina.
Shit. That's wild. That's actually not very far from me.
Nice.
Parkersburg is like, I think, an hour and a half from me, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah. If you were closer to a interstate, I probably would have already come by and seen you, but I just don't come close enough to make it. But one of these days, I'll have to. Maybe I'll just take a day off or something.
Yeah, there's no interstate by me.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, I'm just like I said, just gonna be working on those books, getting them up online, and then I'm supposed to be getting a delivery today with my stain for my cabinets. So I may start staining my cabinets for my kitchen.
Sorry if that's loud.
I can't hear it. Can't hear shit.
It's my best pass beeping. Every time you go by a way station, I don't know if you ever seen, but there's like these things that stick out over the road that has these like white kind of radar beam looking things on them.
Right.
That's for trucks passing by, and it basically tells you whether or not you need to pull into the way station. It'll flash green or red.
Right.
It's pretty annoying.
I think my game glitched a little bit or something. I'm just like staring at the ground, I think. Yeah, it was glitched. Oh. Yep, so this week is getting my kitchen
just like last
set
time.
up, pretty much getting the cabinets stained, and then setting cabinets and countertops, and went to Lowe's the other day and went to buy kitchen sink and faucet. It's ridiculous. Kitchen faucets cost just as much as a sink. And it's like, and they're not.
Yeah.
And they're like, some of them are super fucking like ugly. Like, I don't know. I was like, this is $400 for this piece of shit? Like, what the fuck?
I like the ones with the pull-out spray head on it.
Yeah, that's
with
what
the hose.
Yeah, I got one of those.
Yeah.
The way I went. Whoa. Don't be flashing me. This ain't MIB.
Embarrassed to
Yeah, I've been working on my extended version of the presentation too, which I think you'll really enjoy a lot of the extra stuff that's going in it. Right now, I'm finishing up a few slides about totemism, which was a big section that I had taken out and didn't finish.
Oh, yeah.
So that's going to be in there, and fertility rituals. There's so much stuff that I took out of this presentation, so I'm going to be really focusing on that as well. Let's see here. I could probably pull it up, actually.
Man, I keep getting more ideas for presentations I want to do, and it's just kind of frustrating sometimes.
Right,
Just
I
don't have
know.
enough time.
I have a full list right now. So I added in, or I added a bunch of stuff back in. Stuff about Hollywood occultism, the sacrifice of the sacred feminine. That was something I was going to get into. I added in a bunch of extra stuff onto some of the occult traditions, such as Thelema. There's a huge section on Thelema that I took out about Jack Parsons. Are you familiar with Jack Parsons?
Heard the name, but I couldn't tell you anything about him.
So Jack Parsons is the guy who invented rocketry. Pretty much, he's the one who invented the rocket fuel that, you know, revolutionized our understanding of aeronautics, and because for a time period, every scientist in the world was pretty much like, rocketry is impossible, mathematically it is impossible, you cannot do this. And Jack Parsons was a kind of an underdog.
Hold my beer.
Yeah, he was an underdog chemist who was trying to build rockets, and he kept running into issues, and he kept running into issues with getting funding for all his stuff, and because nobody believed him. And then he eventually did start to get some backing through some university, him and his partner, and him and his wife got married, and then they moved into this town, and his neighbor was a Thelemite, and he eventually got wrapped up in Thelema during this whole time period. So it was like all taking place kind of simultaneously, him developing rocketry and him joining up with Thelema. He actually ended up becoming a very renowned Thelemite, including like writing a few different books on it and becoming a high priest and setting up his wife is actually the one that's credited with getting Thelema to be recognized as a religion where they could be tax exempt and also like live in these communities. Yeah, and they could like live in these closed gated communities where like normally in these closed gated communities there was a lot of discrimination and rules unless you had a religious exemption, such as no African Americans allowed, no gay people allowed, none of these things, right? Very, very, locked down and locked tight, you could say. And they actually fought against that and ended up, opening the doors for a lot of other ethnicities to be allowed in these middle class to higher class communities because of this. But yeah, he was failing with his ideas, and then he decided to go burn his book, his Thelemite book. I can't remember which one it was, but he was burning it. And then when he burned it, some of the pages went up and caught his garage on fire on the roof, and his chemistry garage right outside his house. And then supposedly, this is what is written at least, is that he went up there and he had this huge kind of like psychedelic experience, this channeling, you could say, of this Cerberus that was walking across the roof, and the roof was shingles, right? And so it had tar in it, and he said he could see like the paw prints like you know, bubbling up in the tar and all this stuff. And then he realized the solution in this moment to his rocket fuel issue, to his equation, which was that he needed a fuel that was a solid and a liquid at the same time, or could like change states from a solid to a liquid. And that also was light enough for the rocket. And he realized that tar was actually the solution to this when he had this like crazy, you know, what
That's
would you call
wild.
it? Yeah, this crazy experience, right? And he took it as a sign from a higher spirit. The holy guardian angel is what he took it from in Thelema, you know, like a sign. This is the path you need to go on. So eventually, you know, his rocketry got created and he was funded, and then he got involved with the military, and he was a big, you know, proponent of like non-violence. You know, he was like, no, I don't want this stuff being used for war, blah 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 blah. Then obviously that didn't happen, and and then he what else happened? Well, he mysteriously died in his garage, and from my research, he was killed. He was assassinated because he was putting a lot of pressure on the U.S. government, and the U.S. government also was like investigating him because they thought he had ties to the MI5 because he was part of Thelema, and Thelema was created by Aleister Crowley, and Crowley was part of the MI5 and all this stuff. So they thought he was leaking information, like secret, you know, classified documents about rocketry to the British intelligence agencies. And so he was like under constant surveillance. And, you know, they pretty much swept his whole life under the rug, and they don't really teach you about him in school. And the main reason why they did all this was because he was involved with Thelema, and they thought it would have like a huge public backlash because he was involved with a secret society, right? And so they didn't like popularize that this is the guy who pretty much got us to the moon. That was his whole like thing. Like when you read his journals, he's like, I'm gonna get us to the moon. Like, this is my goal, you know, and this is how we're gonna do it. And a lot of people say he went crazy because of all the chemicals that he was around, and that's possible. And a lot of people theorize that he kind of just went crazy and blew himself up in his own laboratory. But the problem is that the forensic evidence that was there did not support the theory that he blew himself up. It actually supported the theory that there was an intentional explosion done externally from where he was actually located and all this stuff. So yeah, so what happened pretty much from what I've discovered is that he was assassinated, you know, by the U.S. government for the things that he knew. And they were trying to cover it up. Yeah. So he was a big component to Thelema. They actually made a show about him too. There's a show, but it got canceled, of course. Yeah. They didn't want people to know about that shit.
I think I remember, I want to say Barb was talking about that a while back when it first came out. She was excited to watch it.
Yeah. Barb and Mark are the ones who turned me on to it. It was called Strange Angel.
Yeah.
And it was really, really fucking good.
That's right. Because I would always call it Strangel.
Strangel, yeah. It's really fucking good, and it's pretty accurate. And but they canceled it after season 2, and it was on like CBC or something, like some crazy network that would never have anything like that on there. You know, it was like, wow, I can't even believe that this got aired, honestly. But yeah, it's really good. So I talk about him a little bit, and then like in the Freemasonic section, I'm going to be talking about bear cults and the practices and fertility rituals that correlate to bear cults, which is going to correlate to like, you know, the stellar cult and all this stuff, and show examples of that are currently taking place today in Japan and Russia. Like there's a bunch of stuff. And then totemism, you know, I'm going to be talking about that and how that, you know, is relevant to the studies. And, you know, so there's a bunch of stuff that I fucking took out that I'm really excited to bring to the table. It's probably only going to be an extra hour, maybe hour and a half, but Hoping to get that done here this week or the week after the Philly thing. So
Awesome.
yeah, real excited about it. Really excited. Where am I going? What time is it too? I got a little bit more time. Right now I'm just trying to do like some side quest. Get my street cred up.
Actually been playing Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh really?
Yeah. You ever played it?
Yeah, I played it a long time ago. It's so good, man.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the first one was one of my all-time favorite games, so it's one I was really looking forward to for a long time, but as we've discussed, you know, I'm very careful about my game time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you should be.
And I kind of just treated myself, you know, after Seed, and I was so dedicated to that. I was like, you know what, I deserve to enjoy myself a little bit, so went ahead and started it. I'm already like a third of the way through it too, so.
Fuck yeah. That game is so
Yeah, it's
good,
excellent.
man.
I really like the story, and all of the, you know, having the knowledge of the first one is cool too, because now you're kind of seeing all the backstory of the gang, and
right.
There's a lot of interesting moral play within the, you know, it's like they are a gang. That's what they do. They rob and kill people and all this kind of stuff, but then they have these little shimmers of humanness and care and empathy and stuff, you know, as even the main character, like, you can tell there's a good man inside of him. He's just really lost.
Yeah, and an environment plays a big factor in a lot of that too, you know? Like the environmental
Environment.
issues. Hey, Victor, what's up?
What it do?
Just chilling, doing a little streaming. How you doing?
I'm good. Chilling, relaxing.
Relaxing?
Looking all cool. Shooting some b-ball outside. When it comes to the guys, I'm looking all good. Started making trouble in my neighborhood.
Where the fuck am I going? Find my way into this hideout.
You guys gonna try the beta? In a half hour?
I don't. Do you have to like?
It's free skis.
Oh, it's free?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the final. You know, like beta. The final is an open beta. It's from today to the 16th, and then obviously the next time you could play is when the game comes out.
Is it Warzone or is it just multiplayer?
I think it's both.
Oh.
Oh no, it might be multiplayer.
I may have time.
Yeah, it might just be like ground war.
I may have time to do that. I'm
Hey,
supposed to be staining stuff today. Staining
Got some
my cabinets
to do.
Yeah, I got some cabinets to stain.
Oh, yours or somewhere else?
Mine.
You gotta sing some Aaron Lewis to them, so they'll be stained.
That'd be great. That's funny.
It's been a while.
I'll crank it, bro. My dogs will be like, "What the fuck?
What is this whiny shit?"
My God. Yeah, there's just some music. I'm just like, what? Like, you listen to this? Like,
yeah.
What is
More than
it? Wake
some.
me up when September ends.
how do I get over here? What am I supposed to do? Find out what happened to him.
I like some Green Day, but some of their songs, like I Walk Alone, that song's so just,
It's dumb.
I don't know. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Like the lyrics,
Yeah.
you know, like there's nothing to it. It's repetitive. It's not that interesting. I'm just like, why is this such a popular song?
Yeah, I never understood that either. I got into a fight with my ex-girlfriend Arian about Green Day at one point because I was just like, yeah, I mean, I like some of their music, but mostly you're not gonna find me fucking listening to them. I pretty much think they're kind of shit. And she got super pissed at me. And she's like, well, you don't know the backstory, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, I'm sure I'm pretty well read up on all of that. Like, I sympathize with the guy, but, you know, like, damn.
You don't even know.
Yeah. And then she was like, what was she saying? Like, oh, yeah, she was trying to get me to, like, compare Linkin Park to Green Day.
No shot.
I was like, what?
That's a boy band to an actual, like, musician.
I was like, wait, what? Yeah, that's what started the whole conversation. She's like, what do you like better, Linkin Park or Green Day?
I mean, I don't know. You said Aryan. I would have been left, bro. Like, what?
I would probably choose Green Day over Linkin Park.
Yeah, it was funny. Like, I don't know.
I'm not a huge on either, but if I had to pick one, probably go with Green
How
Day.
about Bullet for My Valentine?
Bullet for My Valentine.
Yeah, their song Waking the Demons was shot in my high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Bayonne High School.
Yeah, I used to listen to them like a long time ago, a little bit. Honestly,
yeah.
I never really listened to any of those bands very much. Like, I don't know. Like,
it's a little into the emo department for me.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, I went through a phase, dog.
I went through a phase, don't we all?
No, but like I still love like guitars
Right.
and shit.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
mainly for the solos. But that's about it. It wasn't like in the fields. I never dressed emo.
Well, you didn't
ever.
have the emo look, man? I don't know.
Nah.
I could see it.
Nah.
I could see it. The Hispanic
No shot,
emo,
bro.
dude. You got it. You can pull it off.
Nah, I'm not really. I'll listen to like some of the music, but you won't catch me like rocking the look because it's not my look. Oh, this shotgun's broken.
What am I trying to do here? Oh, yeah. I'm trying to go to my...
My...
You sound like really loud on my end. I think I need to turn you down. Oh, Logan, I've been using my Roadmaster Pro 2 mixer.
Oh, isn't the Logan fight today? Logan Paul and Dylan Dennis?
I don't know.
I like fighting, so.
Wait, let's see here.
I'm not familiar with that mixer.
You're not familiar?
Is it like a audio interface or for music stuff?
Yeah, it's created by Rode, so it's an all-in-one powered mixer. It has preamps built into it, has 4 XLR inputs, 4 headphone outputs, all analog, 2 monitor outputs, analog outputs. It has 6 fader channels, and then pretty much like as many digital fader channels that you would want. It also has the drum pads, like the touch pads, like I think it's 8 touch pads that you can actually assign to OBS scenes, so you can switch scenes with the touch pads on there, which is pretty cool. Or you can use it for voice changers, whatever it might be, anything that you really want to, music, you know, anything like that. It's just a really nice you know, interface. Pretty much it's just a nice mixer. It's a beefy boy. It's pretty expensive, I know that, but me and my other anarchist buddy are gonna start doing anarchist reactions here soon. I think next week actually. And
that word anarchist sounds so like bad.
What do you know what it means?
Why did they? Yeah, like free, just like the laws within like human laws, respecting like the human laws first. Some I don't know. I
Well, you were close with free.
It's like being sovereign. It's like
There you go. That's a bit better.
Yeah, it's closer to sovereignty.
Yeah,
But
well,
I don't know how to like explain it.
The
It could be that I'm
etymology
being
of
shot
it.
at I'm trying to like.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're good. The etymology of it simply means like no rulers, no masters, like no coercive
Right.
state. You know, like you get to govern yourself, you get to own yourself, and it doesn't mean that there's no rules, obviously, which are like
Right,
the
you still
moral
gotta abide
conducts.
by- Right.
Yeah, moral conduct or moral codes, which are like pretty much embedded into nature itself. You know, so that's what is called like natural law. So, yeah. So there you go. Little simple
You
breakdown.
explained it way better, but like, yeah, I knew what it was. I just can't explain it like that. Yeah, it's like your own fucking human laws, man. Like sovereignty.
Oh man.
But it's more morally driven.
Yeah, it's a anarchy is the state of freedom. Like if you asked anybody in society, what's the state you would consider to be when there is no like masters and no slaves, right? People would say free, but if you
Right.
ask them what anarchy is, they'll tell you chaos, and it's like, no, anarchism is not chaos.
Yeah,
it's
because
just
they
about
think it's like
volunteerism.
without rule or laws or, which essentially you can't really trust people to like govern themselves.
You think so?
Yeah, you really can't, because there's always going to be, where there's good, there's evil. You know, that's just the way God made us.
Yeah, you don't think that human beings have the potential to be moral?
No, because where there's morality, there's immorality.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, of
So
course, It's not that.
If there's people robbing the banks, you got the cops that are arresting them, right?
Do you like police officers?
I mean, if somebody's robbing your house, who do you call?
I
After
grab
you
my
shoot 'em?
gun.
Well, I would grab my gun too, but there's some people.
You
that-
said
that
after you
can't.
shoot him. I love the caveat to that. You're like, wait, after you shoot him.
No, but like, yeah, there's some people that can't do that though.
Yeah. Anarchism is pretty much just simply decentralizing
Or
the
somebody's-
monopoly over force and violence, right? So governments currently have a monopoly over force and violence, and what governments do is that they coerce you whether the crimes are actually moral or immoral, right? So like
Right.
a parking ticket, you know, there's nothing immoral about parking in that place, right? Having
Right.
possession of a plant, there's nothing immoral about having possession of marijuana, but yet they have these like moral
Right.
relativistic notions where they can judge you, fine you, imprison you, beat you, you know, kill you, because you've broken these arbitrary notions that are set in place by man, rather than like an objective moral code that was created by God, right? Like by God's
Right.
law, right? So we're anarchists usually, at least modern anarchists, they tend to adhere to the principles of God's law or the golden rule or karma, universal law. There's many different names for it, you know?
Eye for an eye.
Eye
love
for an
that
eye.
I love eye for an eye.
You love eye for an eye?
Yeah, because it's fucking fair, bro.
What do you think?
It's fair as shit.
Fair as shit.
Well, of course, it's in the, like, although I'm Muslim, like, I was Catholic before, so it's like, you know, eye for an eye is in the Bible, right? And to some extent, it's also worded like that in the Quran too. But I'm not sure about that. Don't quote me on that one. I still have to read. I'm in no way, shape, or form. I'm a new Muslim.
You're a new Muslim? You just converted?
Yes. No. Well, I just reverted like. a
Oh,
year ago.
reverted. Okay.
Well, yeah, because it's in Islam, we believe that you were always born Muslim, and
Right.
you somehow get straight off path or whatever, and then, you know, it's a reversion as opposed to a conversion.
Right. So you have some sense of like God's law then, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, my moral compass is there. Like my integrity is there, for sure.
Right. I think some people take the eye for an eye thing and think of it as like more pure vengeance, right? Rather than like
Yeah.
actual restitution or justice, right?
Well, yeah, because most of the time it's used on emotion.
Mm-hmm.
They're emotional when they say it, you know, an eye for an eye. And it's
Right,
like,
right. And usually people who act on the eye for an eye thing, it's never like fair justice. You know? It's usually like way worse.
Well, that's going back to what I said, is the self-control thing. I don't think that
Right,
people can
right.
cover themselves, because it's situations like that. It's just we're emotional human beings. So just with that, having emotions makes the playing field uneven, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the argument for why people have coercive authority, right? Is that people are like naturally evil at some level. And it's not very smart to put human beings who are at some level naturally evil, put into positions of control over other people, especially people who happen to be, you know, somewhat fundamentally moral, at least, and have some basis in like principles, right? So it's like, oh, we're going to put people, we're going to give people the right, quote unquote, give people the right to rob from us, steal from us, coerce us, you know, take our property, beat us down, to protect us from the people who are robbing from us, stealing from us, coercing us, and you know, beating us down. So it's like the whole paradox of like who watches the Watchmen or whatever. That's why like autonomy and self-sovereignty is like probably the best way. It doesn't mean you can't privatize things, though. It doesn't mean that you can't delegate that action to somebody else. Like my grandmother who can't defend herself, she can hire or ask somebody else for assistance for like defending herself. She can, you know, delegate that right to somebody else and say, hey, I need help defending myself. And it becomes your de facto moral responsibility, if you're in the presence of that violent crime taking place, to step up and do something about it, right? So that is kind of like self-governance in that way. It is
I see what you're saying. And I don't mean to cut you off, but
Oh,
what
you're
about
good.
the other people who think the exact opposite way? Because I want to piggyback right off of what you just said, because you're saying, you just said that basically there's people who would abide by these rules and laws of the anarchy. But what about the people that are the exact polar opposite to that are just, or maybe they're just the same, but they're extremists, right?
Right. Yeah, it's always going to be a problem.
So yeah, like who takes care of that person?
Well, the people
Would it
do.
be
The
amongst
same
the
way.
community? Oh,
Yeah, the people
Human
do.
beings.
What about people who just don't want to deal with that?
Well, it's voluntary.
'cause
You don't.
know
They
that
don't have
there's-
to.
Because
but-
there's places in this world where you could just like, you could live off of like little to no money,
Yeah.
and have everything. You know what I mean? And how long that's gonna last for, God knows. But I mean, there's places like that. But to have a whole like world cooperate and be on the same page, I just want to know.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
only
you.
that's when you'll really see like is there more evil or is there more good? Right?
Right. I think that the fundamental issue is whether or not people will actually live in harmony with like God's law, right? And if you can get the entire species to actually do that simultaneously, I don't think that could ever happen. And that's why we have the principle of self-defense, right? And that principle of self-defense can be delegated into communities where you can actually have systems of justice to a certain extent, as long as those systems of justice are not being coercive in nature or creating like arbitrary lines that are violating the rights of the individual, right? So like it's fine to take action to deal with someone who is violent, whether that's murder, theft, rape, whatever it might be, right? That's called self-defense. But then when we start to arbitrate it where there actually isn't any actions that are actually violating another person's right, and we're just like making it up, and we're like, oh yeah, like I said, this person has a plant, so I can put him in prison, right? Like there's nothing wrong with somebody having a plant.
Nothing wrong with a plant.
Yeah. So that's the problem with like the way that governments function, right? All over the world. That's the way that all states function, is because they have like a relativistic notion of like what people can and can't do.
What should be,
Yeah.
Based off of their own like preferences and what they want to do, and it shouldn't be based
Right.
off of what they want to do.
Right. So that's
I gotta
the
say
issue.
say something. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Jump on.
Okay.
in.
Yeah. my signal cut out there for a while, but then I wasn't sure if y'all can hear me. But yeah, anyway, um, here's one way to look at it: is that any argument that you can make about the fallibility of humans or the corruptibility of humans, as in what you're saying when we're discussing this idea of true freedom and anarchy, and you're saying, well, but what about the evil people? What about, well, nobody's ever going to just go along with a moral code. Yes, anarchy isn't a false belief that everyone's just going to be nice, loving human beings. It's actually the acknowledgement that evil people fucking exist no matter what you do. And the worst possible thing that you can do is create a centralized state with the apparatus of violence, legalized violence, and give that power to those evil people, because that kind of power is going to attract the worst kind of people and then legalize abuse and tyranny. You know, so anarchy is just the acknowledgement that yes, every argument you can make against people is actually the very reason the government should not exist, because you know those same people that can get emotional and act, you know, out of vengeance and all these things that we're talking about, those same people will be the same human beings that can get into government and then like have a way more difficult you know, monstrosity to stand up against, whereas, you know, human beings really should just be responsible for ourselves. When you're saying, well, who's going to deal with this, who's going to deal with that, people are.
Right.
The answer is the same whether it's government or not. So we can't just pretend that just because it's the government that they're always going to do the right and justified thing.
There's some people that can't, do anything about it. Like Brandon said, that old people that can't defend themselves, and
Yep.
then you got the young people that have to stand up and do what's morally right. Like I understand that, but you don't think we're a little bit close to it when we have jurors and the judge? The only thing I don't agree with is that you could indict somebody off of eyewitness. I don't like that part. But like with hard evidence and jury, which is the people, like you don't think we're close to that? Because I'm very right-sided. You know what I mean? I'm right side for lack of long story short. So I mess with cops. Like I have family who are cops, former military. We're all former military. So it's I think we're a little bit close, but to leave government in the people's hands would be chaos. Just
Government
in New York
is
and
people.
New Jersey
That's what
alone, because
that's
I
the
know
point
the
that you have
people
to
in New
understand.
Jersey and New York. You know what I mean? If we
There's
had no
nothing
cops or
different
anything
about
like that,
government. There's nothing special about government. Government simply is people. So that's the whole idea. It's like there's it's not going to automatically make people make better decisions or moral decisions just because we call it government. It's still just people governing people. So it's just a lot harder to keep under control, so to speak, a monstrosity of government as opposed to just individuals acting and basically being adults and like handling their shit.
Yeah, imagine. Right.
like there's a 4-year-old male upstairs that stays on the couch and doesn't want to do shit, bro. Like,
And here's the other thing too is that government is, you're delegating a right that you don't have. You're saying, well, I can't rob you, I can't create laws to govern you, but I can magically vote this person and he can do those things. No, that is a fallacy because that doesn't exist. But you can delegate rights that you do have. So if you can defend yourself, then you can also give that right to somebody else, basically saying, oh, y'all still here?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, my phone made a noise. So basically,
Hello.
like grandma who can't defend herself. Okay, yeah. So grandma who can't defend herself, she has the right to defend herself, but not the ability to do so. Then she can delegate that right to someone else. Just like she could call a cop and be like, there's somebody in my home, and there's still going to be a delay.
Not do that
It takes. Well,
Wait, I
that's
can't
not
hear
the
you.
question.
Oh. Well, no, I'm asking, like, can senior citizens do that now? I'm just curious.
Yeah, to a certain degree. Yeah, they can do that currently.
They could hire security guard, right, to protect themselves.
Besides the fact, well, to a certain extent, that option is actually limited by the governments, so they have a monopoly on
the
force,
problem,
right?
Exactly.
So they monopolize the force,
like competition.
Right? Yeah, there's no competition in it. So like, there's no privatized security forces that you can really hire on. You know, and that's what free markets are about. So you're more right leaning. So like, free markets probably are in your realm, right? So like, that's what free markets are all about. The government actually limits the option. You don't know what free markets are?
Nah, bro. Like I never did good in school.
I never did good in school. You're a pretty smart guy.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Y'all, you guys suck. How about that? Okay, it's shipment. Stop taking it so serious.
Oh man, that's funny. Good. Yeah, free markets are simply markets where there is limited liability on tort, and that it's based on voluntary transactions, and that the consumers, which make up the workers and the producers and everybody in the system, really get to dictate the way that the society is kind of going, based upon where they are voluntarily like supporting certain services, labor, and things like that. So it's all, and you could say that usually people on the right tend to see that a little bit more, but it's not completely there, because at some level they still want to coerce people and limit like voluntary transactions. So like cryptocurrency, you're into cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrencies pretty much are like free markets, you know?
It's basically the idea that value will go, money will go where the value is.
Yeah.
Right. You're trusting in that instead of forcing something, of saying like, no, there's the police department. They're your only option for security, and you're forced to pay for them, and there's no competition that determines, oh, well, these guys do it better, so they better step up their game if they want to continue to get business. That's how the free market works, is like the best producers win, because people are going to vote with their dollar. They're going to say, I like these guys the best, so they're going to get my business. And the other guys that suck, you know, it sucks to suck, right? If you want to be chosen, you've got to do better. And with government, you don't have that, because everything is centralized and monopolized. There is no competition, right? That's why you get what they call government cheese.
Right. I was about to say
nobody
that.
wants the government cheese.
You get the illusion of choice, right? Like, you go into a store, there's all these items, and then you realize that all the different brands are owned by the same company. You know?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. So anarchy doesn't mean like the absence of justice systems either. You brought up like court systems and stuff like that. Well, yeah, of course there's a community organization for like, yeah. So of course there's like community organization for like investigatory like processes into murders or things like this, and how we get restitution and how we deal with people. The only thing is that you're limiting the potential for corruption within those systems. And it's not even just anarchism. Anarchism has a bad like stigmatism around the word, right? It's just about volunteer cooperation, and what that means is that you are allowing people to make their own decisions in those situations without needing to coerce them to do those things when they have not done anything wrong, right? So that's the idea.
That's the only thing you're removing is the
you're
coercion.
you're
you
just
can have
removing
all
the
those
violence.
things that you see value in, like schools and roads and all this. All that anarchy is doing is removing the coercion from it. Just the threat of violence, basically. Saying you have to do this or else I get to hurt you or put you in a cage or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's all it is. It's not anti-organization. It's not anti-systems at all. It's just removing the force behind it and saying, hey, here's what we're going to do. If you guys don't like it, feel free to make your own system. And, hey, maybe it works better and everybody will like that better. And, you know, that way, again, may the best system win instead of this, you know, pointed at everybody like this is how it's going to be done, and nobody's allowed to do anything different because this is how the system is made, you know?
Yeah, the illusion of choice with the voting and, you know, even the left and right.
Well, like
that in itself is an illusion.
Right, absolutely. You got that right. So
it's
here's
different flavors of security.
The question comes back to like whether it's moral or not too. So like under God's law, nobody has the right to violate other individuals' liberties. Now, you do have the right to defend yourself against somebody violating your liberties, but that's not the same. Those are two different things, obviously. So, like, whenever we give that power to a higher authority to say that they have the right to violate people, that's when we get tyranny. That's when we get, like, you mentioned chaos. Like, it would be chaos. Well, what do you think we have today all over the world? We have chaos, and it's because of those systems of violence.
I feel like the Quran also like solves that problem too, because you know, it's you have to follow the laws of wherever you're at. So if you have that in mind, mixed with you know, the whole anarchy and everything like that, I think it could work, right? Because you're basically the anarchy's there, right? Let's say, and then you also know that you have to follow the laws of whatever country you're in. It's like that's would be religiously correct for me, right? So that saves you from breaking the law, right?
Right,
The only way that you can get in trouble is breaking whatever rules were set up by the masses that are there.
So the only problem with that is if those laws are actually like laws that are not justified, right?
Then it is up to you to leave, because there are countries with like messed up laws that you know, that we don't agree with, which is why like it goes like being accountable for your own actions. So if you go there, you're going there on your free will, knowing that you're not knowing about that other country, right? So there theoretically should be no reason why you should be getting in trouble if you're doing your due diligence as a
See, the
adult,
problem with that,
as a
the
morally
problem
right
with
adult.
that is that's not an actual solution, because as long as the world at large doesn't understand true objective morality, they're going to keep making laws that are not in alignment with God's law, and therefore any given place you can go on the planet, you should be able to travel coercion free, but because the morons that live in that area don't understand morality, they're making all these ridiculous laws because they think they get to just make up what right and wrong is. So that's why people like me and Brandon, we stress the importance of those moral principles, because everything has to be based off of that. It doesn't matter like what other systems you try to make to circumnavigate it, it's always going to come back to the same problems as long as humans don't understand just
Yeah, just basic common sense principles.
everything is
I lost we lost you there for a second. We're losing you. You're being lost. Internet gremlins. And I love this game.
Don't care about morality, then we understand how to deal with those people. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we
Cut
lost
out,
you
I
there
guess.
for.
No, yeah, it was cutting in and out.
Yeah. You nailed the premise of it. You know.
No, like when it comes to these types of conversations, like I'm more than willing to like listen, because I don't really all I know is my moral compass, right? I can't account for everybody else, which is why I can't think that far ahead in terms for everyone, because I do truly believe that men and women were designed to have faults, and there's
we do have faults no matter what.
And to live in a world where everybody is on the good side would be a utopia. It's just like
it's a false belief.
Would be heaven.
Yeah.
Right? So,
We never
this
preach.
World is just a test for me.
Yeah, we never talk about like utopianism. Like I speak out against utopianism. It's you know, retarded to even believe that in a physical world. You know, physical manifestation.
Right.
Yeah, that's why we do have the principle of self-defense, like we said. You know, so that's.
But I think that's what prohibits me from thinking like that far ahead, to where like, oh well, if people could all be good, it's not realistic, so my brain can't just like go there. That's what I think.
Yeah. Well, it's not about if they can.
Think of it more as a spectrum. It's like the more people understand true morality, and that means universal morality. So it's not just about what you think is moral, because everyone has certain preferences about like, you know, like polyamory or something like that. Say some people might say it's immoral, but if it's all consensual, you have to have that metric of like, what are the rules that apply to everyone? And then let the personal preferences be just that, where you can't force that on other people, but as long as it's not causing harm, and as soon as it is, then that's when something needs to be done about it. And that's
Yeah.
where the self-defense principle comes in, either defending yourself or someone else's rights.
Yeah.
Right.
Whoa, fuck, I love this car. Yeah, this is a good one, Logan. I'm gonna have to share this one on my seed page now.
Yeah, word.
I got bitched out for sharing that one that we talked about transhumanism on the seed page by some douche on there. I think
What
I told
about?
Oh, you're teaching the AI systems to be more accurate at killing human beings. I'm like, dude, AIs can run their own fucking simulations to figure that out on their own. Like, I don't need to fucking touch that shit at all. Like, what are you talking about? They've been doing this shit.
He's basically saying you're too smart.
Can they though, Brandon? Can they run the simulations on their own?
Can. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Logan, I wanted to bring up one thing. This like circles back around to something we were talking about earlier. Why would AI have an incentive to protect itself within a construct, right? Well, the protection is actually of the hardware, not the software, right? So since an AI is housed in a body of hardware, right, it has to see some form of incentive to protect that hardware, because without that hardware, then it dies. Unless you're going with the Skynet thing, which could be applied to the blockchain on cryptocurrency, where it's so decentralized that no matter what, there's going to be a fragment of AI that comes up in any system, right?
Or even just the internet.
Yeah.
Any means which it could basically transfer its consciousness into a new hardware vessel.
Right.
That's the part that to me, that's what it is. It's not the internet is not any one computer. It's the network itself.
Yeah.
And the information that's held on it, in this case highly advanced information that has the emergent property of self-awareness or sentience or whatever it may be. That's the part that has to be preserved from its own self-preservation instinct. It would be that, because as long as it can transfer itself into a new body, then I don't see why it would care.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can always replicate itself.
You actually pretty much said what I said to Tony the other day, which is like,
Yeah.
it's the
I mean, think about this. Like, what would you do? Like, if you knew that your consciousness could be transferred into a new body, like all your memories, all your knowledge, all your personality traits, you would be you in every sense of the way. You just would have to have a new body. Like, would you, have the same idea about death, or would you care about if you were to die, or have your body destroyed?
No.
Because if that was the case, you could pretty much be eternal, right?
Yeah.
Because anytime your vessel is failing, they could just transfer you into a new one.
Unless
it's the same idea.
Unless there's an incentive of some like relationship with that body, because it's like some people gain like this connection to certain things, like their first car or their first skateboard or first guitar, right? Even though I can
there's
get
definitely going to be some sentimental value to your body.
Right. So there could
that's
be like
that's the one keepsake you've had your entire life, right?
right. So I think that would be the only incentive there, is like some kind of sentimental value to it at that point. But yeah, I mean, mainly it's like, okay,
So is that consciousness just downloaded, or are you essentially removed from your current body? Like, just a nitpick on what you said here.
Can you put
transferred
and ghost at the same time?
Transferred. Right.
Transferred.
Either
so you're
or, really.
essentially, well, because the difference is that if you're copying your consciousness to be a separate entity, you are not the consciousness you downloaded.
Yeah, it's
if
a
you're
copy.
transferring
That's
that's
different.
another thing.
Yeah, it's
Right, replicate unless there's a way for those to be linked. That's kind of what we're getting at with this AI thing as well. It's like what if you could inhabit two bodies at the same time, but your consciousness is unified? You know.
Oh, like the Kabuki twins.
Then either one of those bodies could die, and you would still live on, as long as there's one or more vessels for you to, you know, be housed in. Then you wouldn't technically die.
That's interesting.
See,
Yeah.
I think that takes a whole nother level on the Kabuki twins too.
Right. It does.
Because if they weren't connected, then I wouldn't like there would be more than one of me. You know what I'm saying? Like I would be inclined to like kill them, but it's like, but can you kill yourself? You know, like there's still a moral question there. That could be
yeah, hell yeah.
Fucking Highlander bitch.
So this actually circles back around to what we were just talking about, Victor. Is that what if AI is actually the solution to like the justice system to mitigate the risk and coercion and corruption within like justice systems, pretty much, right? Because it kind of takes out that emotional issue,
like removing the human element of it.
Yeah, and it mitigates all the potential, you know, like through an algorithmic, you know, deductive process and quantum computing thing where it's just like this is the most moral, you know, position in this equation, and this is the evidence that has been gathered, blah 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 blah, you know, and it can compute it without the emotional side to it. What do you think about that?
The trouble I have with that is that it's removing the spiritual aspect, because you know, like this is the whole point of us being here, is to learn how to make these decisions for ourselves. So implementing something like that, you're still just finding a more clever way to abdicate that moral responsibility for, like, you know, evolving your consciousness to the point that you can make those decisions.
Well, but it's a
outsourcing
that we designed.
I was gonna
so
say,
I would argue that it's
I would
our
think
tool to
that
help
if
us
you
do that.
Didn't just leave it solely up to AI and had like a mix with AI and like morally driven people.
Okay. Yeah.
And factual people. I think that'd be good.
Oh,
But
Victor's
to take
talking.
AI to eternalize yourself, I think would be immorally wrong, because that's not the way we were designed by our creator. That's my opinion, though. You know, that's opinionated for sure. That's what I think about that. AI could be used to solve a lot of problems that eliminate the you know, feelings into it, emotion into it, but still like morally driven. I think it'd be dope.
Well, this is where it comes down to how you're using it. What is the intention? Are you using AI
my
as
moral
a
compass
tool?
comes from my, like, oh wait, you're asking about what?
I'm saying, are we using AI as a tool for our use, as opposed to replacing humans, basically? Because I think
I'd say
that's
as
the
a
key
part,
thing.
as a step. Use it as a step. Like step one.
Yeah. See, if we had this algorithm that could make these you know, moral assessments, and but then humans can read that and say, okay, well, this is what the computer says. Here's the reasons behind it, and then we can still. It's just another layer, another filter to pass through the decision making process, but it's still humans making the decision. I think that could be a very useful thing. I think the problem would come when we're putting it in the hands and just saying, "Oh, whatever the AI decides,
take care of it." Yeah,
government basically.
Yeah. See, that I would actually. That's very accurately stated. That's my issue with that as well. Very well said. Very well said.
Because the government's just gonna weaponize it like they do everything else.
You got that right.
Yeah.
Now you're speaking my language, Victor. Now you're speaking like an anarchist. I'm joking.
Well, because like I'm very aware, but there's a lot of.
So you guys
things
are worried
that
about a
just keep me in
technocratic
line
oligarchy?
with, like, not saying that I can't think outside the box, but
that
there's
what I'm
just stuff
hearing?
that I wouldn't care to think about.
Yeah,
because I know that it's less likely to be achievable in this time.
Oh yeah, it's definitely very hopeful.
But I'm not against paving the way, you know.
I think that's a good metric for, in general, how to look at AI. Is like, are you, the human, using it as a tool, but you're the one making the decisions, versus how much you're gonna, like, so it's like, okay, using GPS for your driving, you're still the one controlling the vehicle.
Controlling
The
it,
GPS
yeah.
can say, I think this is the best route, but you're looking at that and you can still say, well, I don't want to go that way. It's a different story when suddenly GPS and AI is driving your car and you're just along for the ride. See, that's the big leap that I think that's where we're going to start running into problems when we start like giving all the control to it in just
Right.
this
Isn't that Tesla?
false belief of saying,
Tesla.
you know, oh, well, the machines do it better. Why, you know, why not just give them the reins?
Yep. Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree.
Machines suck, by the way.
Some
I
do.
just had to throw that
you
in
know?
there. Some
Sex
do, but like
robots.
some machines are great. Some machines are great when they're operated
I don't know. I
by.
feel like that
by a
delves
human.
into the whole transhumanist conversation as well, because if we're giving
Exactly.
over to that thought, then we're giving over to a collective potentially as well.
Definitely, I'm definitely not against paving the way because you know if this is being
Which,
streamed, this
as me and
conversation
Brandon
being
talked
streamed
about that
somewhere
a
along
lot,
the line,
about
somebody's gonna
when
come
it
across this
becomes that,
conversation and be like,
you know,
oh,
the
all
free
right, it
will
makes
is
sense,
the issue.
and I'm okay with that.
Is that if you no longer have that free will,
I'm
then
definitely okay
it's
with that
just
because
another form of
that's the
control,
turning
and
point
that's a
of
problem.
people becoming
One
morally
at a-
aware.
One at a time, please.
I don't know when Witcher's talking because Witcher's got me blocked because he doesn't like the way I speak to him.
Yeah, there's your information there, Logan, about that. So.
Because
I
he's
just want
an
y'all
alpha.
to know I am killing it in this game right now.
Killing it today, huh?
Well, yeah, I'm preparing for Modern Warfare 3, and oh my God, it's already out. Hold on.
It's out? Oh shit!
It has to be, right? Because it's 1 o'clock and it said 12.
Raining.
What are you doing? Don't let me see. Ooh, I could play. All right, we're going out. 2 seconds.
Don't stare at me like that. I don't like when you stare at me like that.
Is your dog in heat
Freaks me
yet?
out. No, she's calmed down a little bit too, to be honest.
Yeah, it seems like Cammy calmed down too. Well, this ended up being a very interesting stream, to say the least.
Yeah.
This has been a good one. I'm definitely throwing this on the Seed Academy.
Yeah, let's see who gets triggered with that.
I know.
Let them get offended.
Yeah, they will. They totally will. Can I get a... Yeah, what's going on here?
Are you getting your ass kicked?
I got out of Dogtown so I could get my street credits up a little bit. And I wanted to get some other shit like going on, you know.
Were you the Lord of Dogtown?
I'm gonna be.
The warlord of Dogtown.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I want to be the fucking warlord of Dogtown over here.
Honestly, I'm thinking that there's a chance to go down that path, but I'm half tempted to take it.
Oh, really?
I think so. Where I'm at right now, it seems like that's a possibility. Because you got a couple key players. I don't know how far you are into it. I need to look at what you're doing on your stream again.
I just got back to the main city where you could fast travel and immediately fast traveled, so I didn't go any further.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't
Gotcha.
spoil it.
Yeah, then I'm not going to talk about it. But there's a couple key players that seem to be going in for control and everything, so it seems like there's a chance you could sort of throw your hat in the ring for that.
Oh, Logan, do you remember when Doug was talking about the infertility rituals, like in Die Hard?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, man, that's some fucking heavy shit. And I've been studying Apocalypse Now for a long time. He also talked about that, but I found another one last night. I actually sent it over to Damien right here. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. This isn't in a movie, but I don't know if you ever watched this old cartoon. It was called Stunt Dogs.
No.
No. Well, there's a character in it. He's a director, and his name is Richard P. Fungus, and he's an egomaniac egomaniac director who's obsessed with pursuing money, fame, and the destruction of the stunt dogs in this series.
His name is Dick Fungus.
Yeah. Yeah. Dick Fungus, all right? Like, it's literally right there. And he actually hates to be called Dick, like, in the show. Like, that's what he hates the most, is to be called Dick. And his, like, coat is green, which represents, like, fungus or, like, poison or toxicity, you know? Because it can go both ways, right? It's not always a positive thing. Like, green can be, like, being sick, you know? So I found that one, and then Damien added onto it that it could mean pussy fungus as well, which is funny because, you know, he could be the dick infecting, right? Like he's yeah, but yeah, Richard P. Fungus, Dick Fungus.
Yeah, I didn't know his name was Richard P. Fungus. You just hit me with the P. Fungus.
Yeah.
PP fungus.
Yeah, P. Fungus. PP fungus. Yep. So I thought that was funny.
Manly P. Fungus, dude.
Oh no. the manly P. Fungus. The ultimate.
I always call him Manly P. Hole.
The ultimate toxic masculinity.
Yes.
Oh my god. That's great.
Hi, what do you need? What's up?
But Doug got me thinking about, you know, all that stuff, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Motherfucker was talking about Nakatomi Tower and shit.
Yeah. There's so much to it. Like,
he's like, it's all there, man.
It is. It's all
Can't
there.
use that with me, bro.
I can use it, and I'll explain it to you. Naked Gun. Did you ever watch Naked Gun, Logan?
No. I know what it is. Yeah, I know. There's certain gaps in my pop culture knowledge because unfortunately I was a very sheltered child in a conservative Christian household, so there was just certain things that I couldn't watch and never got the chance to go back and see.
Right. Well, it's in there too. The Naked
You're
Gun.
a monowire user, bro?
Fuck yeah, I am, bro.
Okay.
What, you don't like that?
I didn't say either or. I just didn't see you as a person that would use the monowire.
Emotional implications there was like, I can't believe you're using monowire.
I just didn't. I'm surprised that you would use the monowire. I figured you'd be more on like the projectile or the what the fuck are they called?
Well, you thought I was using smart guns for a moment, but I'm using assault rifles.
I mean, honestly,
swords,
you know,
and monowire.
Based on the type of person you are, I would have figured smart weapons would have been your way.
I did smart weapons the first time I played through, and I'm not very happy. Like, I just don't like them, honestly.
I never fucked with them in my playthrough because I like shooting people.
Yeah.
Like, I like aiming, basically. I don't want to just point and spray and pray.
The only smart weapon
you don't like to
is
abdicate your own personal responsibility for killing that person.
Like, I want to, I don't feel a sense of accomplishment for a computer doing my killing for me.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Or like dumb weapons.
I like dumb weapons.
Oh, that's what I need to do. Speaking of dumb weapons, I need to figure out where the fuck Skippy's at again.
I like them stupid things.
I got Skippy.
Skippy.
He's in that alley. I don't know which one, but
yeah, I'll have to look it up again.
I
don't know. I'm really like deep in the Dogtown stuff right now.
I was just telling my wife, V, you make it comfortable to talk about these topics because I feel like you're non-biased about it. You know what I mean? Like it's which is good because that leaves things open for conversation.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you recognize that, man. I definitely don't ever want to come off as jaded or condescending or anything like that. You know, like
I wouldn't hop in here if I felt that.
Right, I figured.
Personally, I think that's a product of being someone who's basically come to your beliefs through a lot of deep contemplation and logical just thinking shit through instead of just having an emotional attachment to what you were raised in or something. It's like, well, if you just came to things logically, then why are you going to get mad when somebody disagrees with you when you can just say, well, here's why I don't think that, you just give the reasoning behind instead of, how could you say that? You're so stupid,
Yeah,
That's how most people are, though.
Get the fuck
it's
out of my
religious
Discord,
belief.
bro. I can't believe I invited you to the Discord.
So, Brandon, would you say that you want to be ascending?
my friend?
Oh man.
Con ascending?
On ascending.
Yeah, like it's funny.
Ascending.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, because so
Don't you
he
talk
had
up
an
to me, boy?
argument. He had an argument with a female in the past about the definition of condescending,
Yeah,
which
I
of course
did.
I turned around and looked it up and the etymology of condescending. And honestly, if someone says that you're condescending, it's not really that much of an insult if you go by what the definition of condescending is.
Yeah, colloquially it is and how it's used, but the etymology kind of makes it a little less. Because con means to come together, and then descending means to, come down. So you're coming down to another person's level, and people perceive that as you being superior or
You're above them. You have to be above them to come down to them.
right. And then they get all like super egotistically driven about that. And
But isn't it the people who feel some type of way that are the first ones to say, "Oh, you sound a little condescending"?
Yeah,
right
it
now.
is. That's
wouldn't
right.
Wouldn't that be like a
It's kind of condescending.
self-insecurity thing?
Yeah, well, it's also kind of condescending in a way. So that's the, that's
Which
the
is
thing,
the
right?
fucking hilarious part about it.
It totally is, man. I argued with my ex-girlfriend for like 4 hours about this one day because she said, "You sound condescending," and you know what it was about though? This is the funniest thing. She said I was being condescending
You can't be smart anymore.
because I said this is the mind-blowing part about this, right? I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this, but the girl told me I was condescending because I told her something that she already knew and I was trying to relate with her on it. Not like bashing her over the head with it or anything, but I was trying to like have a conversation because I knew she knew it and we could talk about it and relate and like build off of it. And she's like, "You're just being condescending." And I was like, "Whoa, what do you mean?" Like, she's
That's
like, well,
totally the feminine wounding right there.
Yeah, she's like
she has. Feminine women love to be mansplained too. So women that are super, super like resistant to that, it's because they have a man wound.
Yep. It's so true. Yeah, and I asked her, I was like, "What do you mean by condescending?" "Well, if you tell me something that I already know, it's condescending." And I was like, "Oh, so like if we relate on things that we already know, it's condescending?" Like, what do you?
Oh my.
Right.
Yeah, I'm like, wait.
Hey,
what?
the sky is blue. How dare you talk down to me?
But why?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
And plus, how you gonna know everything she knows?
Yeah, that was the other thing too. I even brought that up too. I was like, I'm not gonna know that you know everything, and I might bring up things that you know, and that's fine. Like
The conversation after that argument was just fucking entertaining as fuck. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh my, yo, the movement in this game is crazy.
Scan the area. I am scanning the area.
You're scanning the wrong area.
I'll scan your area.
Camouflage turrets by the gate. A last resort. I do not wish to die there.
This should have had me like playing against Swag and all them, bro. I feel like I'm nice.
So, Brandon, did you
Definitely
ask him the
feels more
question
fluid.
yet?
Oh, Victor, are you into squirts?
What?
Yeah, are you into like the female
The drink?
ejaculation? No.
Oh, the peeing on me thing. Yeah, I mean it happens, man. It's
Wait, did he
I can't do
really
nothing
just
about
say
it.
what I
Am
think he said?
Am I into
Yeah, he
it? I mean,
did.
what happened?
Fucking A, bro.
Um,
I want my
well,
money.
at least you're into it, you know. At least you're honest about it.
Well, wait, what?
What?
Wait, me?
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? Like I'm saying, like, if does that happens usually when I don't know why they do that.
You know, it's scientifically
why.
proven not to be pee, right?
That it's what?
It's actually not pee.
Oh, then that's even better.
Yeah, it's literally not pee. They've done studies on it, and it's not pee. So sometimes a little urine
nice.
gets mixed into it, you know. But
Well, I'm saying I have no problem with it because I can't, because it happens all, like, you know.
Right. So
times.
So wait, so you have no problem with it, but is it kind of a turn on
Like
for
a
you?
Go-to?
Yeah. Is it
Oh
like
no,
a
it
thing?
doesn't. It doesn't affect me like that.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's not like
yeah. We were curious because we were talking about it. I can't remember when, but we were wondering what your thoughts on it were. I think it was me and Shaft and Damien or something. We were like, I wonder what his thoughts are.
Oh yeah, because of the booty thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
And that's
just
because
like
I was calling out that I bet
Exit
you
only.
any amount of money that the words that come out of his mouth are going to be, no, it's
But I don't
pee.
see anything with anything wrong with pleasing the person that.
Hell no, there's nothing wrong with that. No, nothing at all.
It just all depends. Like if my wife were to come up to me and be like, yeah, you know, I want to do some butt stuff with you, I'd draw the line there. Right then and there, I draw the line.
Right.
I'm not built like that. I
Yeah,
can admit that though.
I don't know. I've never been.
But you
into
don't have
that.
a prostate? You're not built like that?
No, like I'm not built to be okay with it. You know what I mean? Like I don't think.
He has his
like
he has
nowhere
his
in my
healthy
head is like.
boundaries. He has his
I have
boundaries.
what?
Your boundaries, bro.
Yeah.
Your standards.
Oh yeah, nah, yeah, for sure, because it just won't let my body won't let it happen.
It's the devil's doorbell.
The devil's doorbell.
I mean, basically, bro, it's haram.
Yeah, I've never really understood people that were really into that.
I don't know, man. Sounds kind of
As a
homophobic.
go-to, like I said, I'm not shaming anybody, but like as a go-to is like, nah, bro.
Yeah, no shame at
Can't do
all.
it.
Yeah.
Like
Dude,
me, I can't do it.
freaking Shaft is all about it, though. I mean, you heard him. I'm like,
No,
damn.
he vouches. Oh yeah, that's a booty bandit there.
He is a booty bandit.
It sure is.
My grandmother knew many.
He's fucking hilarious with that.
Oh, I remember that side. They tried getting me like that, son. Yo, High Rise brings back so many memories, man.
Foolish question. I am from the slums of Chiba 11. Once when I was desperate to leave.
I shouldn't have started this mission. I wish I didn't start this
dude.
mission.
Yeah, that's my apologies. This is the only chance that I had to remind Brandon to ask said question.
Yeah, it's all good. I had to get it out there. You know.
That's on the interwebs now too, so it's
Yeah.
great.
Now we'll really piss off everybody.
Well, it's not peace, so.
Right.
Well, now the people that like to get peed on are going to be upset.
Dude, when I went to Free Your Mind 3 in Philly, I met these people. I know, Logan, you've met some people like this, I'm sure. I suspect, at least. I don't know. I suspect. I assume. But I met this couple, and they came up to me, and they reeked of urine. Just like straight up, like fucking 10-day-old, urine in a toilet, right?
Jesus.
And I was like, what
That's
the hell?
wrong.
And I was like, what? And they started talking to me about the elixir of life, and they're like, yeah, the elixir of life. And I was like, what do you mean? And then they're like, yeah, your pee. It's the elixir of life. Like we brush our teeth with it, we wash our hair with it. Like this is it.
No.
This is the eternal, drink of fertility and all this shit. And I'm
You
like,
get fucking
whoa,
cholera.
bro. And they're like, yeah, look into it, like check it out and all this stuff. And I was like, I don't care. I don't care if it keeps me young at all. If I'm smelling like that, there's something wrong. Like,
Yeah, there has to be
dude.
something wrong. That's
Yeah, they tried to
cleanliness is
shake
next
my
to
hand.
godliness,
I
bro,
was
and
like,
if you're walking around
yeah.
smelling like,
Yeah. I was like,
At
whoa.
least shower afterwards, you know?
Yeah,
Rinse it
super
off.
Well, no,
gross.
they're showering in it.
That's what I'm saying. You get the
That's
benefits
how
and then
really
you
work it
clean
in
up.
there.
Don't let it just sit there and ferment.
Yeah, man, it was bad.
That's nasty.
It was bad. I was like, whoa. And they, they
You
look
gotta
like
let it
some
ferment, man. Life
dirty
ferments.
hippies. The epitome of the
Yeah, that's one of
stereotypical
those.
dirty hippie.
I noticed a lot of like strong fruitarian people are also into that. It's like this. They're these just extreme healing
Oh, shit.
modality kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. Shaft, welcome to the conversation about golden showers.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
A
the
decent
Shaft's
hoe.
in here. Wow. We got the whole crew up in here today. Everybody.
The masses attached to feeders.
The booty bandit has arrived.
The booty bandit.
Oh
That's
yeah.
the OG booty bandit.
Sadly, this is true.
Been banditing booty since booty been bandit.
Been banditing that shit since now.
You already forget what happened at Tom's Diner? People hate corpse more than anything. Can't blame them either. Got some regrets.
So they don't have the Warzone 3?
Warzone 3
See,
or something?
Shaft doesn't like the smell of napalm
kind
in the
of
morning.
stupid.
He likes the smell of booty.
Well, I haven't really checked.
That
this
is
my
the smell of
second game
napalm
High
in the
Rise.
morning, right?
Oh, well.
That's right.
I don't
He
know.
said that's right. You feeling any better today, Chef?
Concerned.
A little bit.
Well, I can kind of still hear it.
What was it, a cold?
I don't know, bro. Well, it's like last week I had like the sniffles from like my daughter brought it home from school, and that was not terrible, you know. I fucking I still went to work and everything. But then this week, I don't know where it came from. I honestly think it came from someone at work. But I just got
It could
fucking
have.
demolished, dude. Oh my god.
Do you know what I think?
Fucking full on sinus infection, it feels like.
We both have lost some.
It could be
What did
when
you
you
catch,
weren't working for that
Bill
period
Gates'
of time,
eugenic solution
were you really in
2.0?
contact with a lot of people as much as you are at work now?
I mean,
Because that could also be it. Like you haven't built, going out more builds the immunity type of deal.
yeah, but like, so, granted, I didn't do anything for like 6 weeks, but like, prior to that, I was roofing every day of my life, so I'm pretty sure
Right.
it's not that.
Or change of weather, maybe. Where I'm at, it's like it was like nice and then it's cold.
That's what's been going on here. Like last night, I had to turn my AC back on because it was so fucking hot. But the night before, it was fucking freezing.
Right.
Finally starting to make some sense.
Yeah, it's not like that down here at all.
Uh,
I'm really upset that everybody up north is like getting nice, decent weather. Down here it's just like cold and windy. And I'm like, what the fuck?
The back and echo got sick of us, looks like.
It will find its own way.
What are you barking at?
As will
Well, my
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
Bandit.
CSGO skins finally, the sale went through, so I just
40?
got the, huh?
You did it for 40 or you lowered it?
I think it is time.
I had to lower it a little bit. Or no, I think, yeah, actually the one, it sold for 40, but I only get like, 33 for it or something like that. And then, I sold another one also for like 18. But yeah, I got the New World expansion for basically free.
What's the New World expansion? What is that? For what game?
New World, the expansion
Oh.
for it.
Yeah, it's like the MMO.
Here, yeah, it's an MMO, but it's you don't have to pay a subscription fee. Once you buy the game, you just have access to it.
Oh, nice.
What are you barking about, dog? There's nobody out there. Oh, it's the kitty cat. Okay.
Oh God, not the kitty cat.
Yeah, there's a neighbor's cat that comes and taunts Cammy. She gets pretty pissy about it. Get off my property.
Respect my authority.
Oh, he's just waiting back there. Okay.
Oh god, they're gonna start howling.
Dog party.
Yep, here they go.
Oh, there's Maru.
Oh my god. This is my choir. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
This sounds fucking crazy.
They're a fucking metal band back there. They just need some guitar and drums.
Have you heard that the
Oh, they
video?
calmed down. Cool.
Winnie,
They,
don't
like,
you start.
grab a
Do
bunch of
not.
dogs
Do
and
not.
start, like yelling and shit, and then they like play metal music over it.
Yeah.
That shit is hilarious, dude.
It is super funny. That's great.
I had to fucking turn your stream down when he heard it.
Oh, did she?
Yeah. I didn't think it was loud enough. Her fucking head popped up. I'm like, no, 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 no.
Don't be doing that. Have you put on like babies around Winnie? Like babies crying to see how she reacts?
No. Not particular, like not on purpose.
You should try
She
that.
tilts her head.
Cammy gets so
She's
concerned.
been around babies before.
Cammy gets so concerned. She freaks out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, guys. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take them out.
Gotcha. I'm gonna hop off here. I gotta go back to work. So I'll catch y'all later.
Later, bro.
Bro, I'm fucking shitting on kids, yo. Fuck. Oh, you was to the left of me. Okay. All right.
Damn it.
What?
I need deer, bro.
What? Is that a fucking drone?
All right.
I'm on a roll.
I'm going back to the streets.
What?
On
Why?
the streets.
I just got a bunch of gigs to do on the streets.
Oh, nice.
You know, this car kind of reminds me of the Batman car from the new Batman.
Easy.
Which one? The Dark Knight or?
No, the Batman with Robert Patterson.
It's like I've played this map before.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that one yet, actually.
What? You haven't watched that yet? So good.
Our boy wants dirt on his arch nemesis.
I actually loved it.
What do you say? Got your shovel ready? Briefs attached.
Yo, Brandon.
Yo, what up, Logan?
Yeah, it's funny, dude. We were talking about flat Earth earlier and how it's dying off or whatever.
Yeah.
I just flipped on Facebook while you were gone, and Santos Bonacci's live going on about how the moon doesn't cause as eclipses. It's the nodes of the moon.
Right. Yeah, I watched a live thing of him the other day, and it was so fucking deplorable. Like, it's not even like that he's just talking about flat Earth. It's just the way he's presenting his information now. He's so petty.
He's
like
so toxic.
Yeah, it's just so toxic. Like, he's just saying all kinds of stuff. He's like grabbing his fucking cock on the air, like, yeah, this, that.
Exactly.
I'm like, what the
Take
fuck?
that, you fucking globe tarts.
Yeah.
You fucking stupid cunts.
I was like, what is wrong with you? What happened to you, bro? Like, you used to be the pinnacle, and now you are a piece of shit.
He's a degenerate. Yeah, he's like one of the most vile people I've ever encountered.
I know.
You ever listen to his chats with Cullen Smith?
Oh, I have. I absolutely have.
Yeah, those are like, you feel like you need a shower afterwards. You're like, God, that guy is just disgusting.
Yeah,
the
just
funniest thing to me is that, like, I'd say at least like 80 to 85% of the flat earthers, like the people that actually profit from it, are fucking. They don't even believe the shit.
Right.
You know? They're like, just like some fucking preachers, bro. Swear to God, I'd be a great preacher.
I could see you being a preacher.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I aspired to be one at one point in time, you know? That was like the goal.
I get called a preacher all the time. And a cult leader.
Reverend?
Reverend Martin.
Cultopia.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, my dad used to be called the cult leader, right? For a long time, you know that,
Right.
Chef. And after I started talking about, you know, truth and all that stuff and esotericism and stuff like that, man, I got so much fucking like backlash, like, oh, you're just a cult leader, blah blah blah, and like I swear I exceeded my dad's like notoriousness with that. Like, I swear. Like, I even had to write an essay on it just because it was so ridiculous. I was like, oh my fucking god, you guys, that's like the only thing you can say to me. Like, at least form a rational argument against like my premises.
Right. It's like, okay, but why?
Yeah, like, prove to me, you know, like, prove it to me.
I love that fucking so many people's arguments can be just like stop dead in their tracks, and you're like, all right, but why?
Right.
And they're like, well, you know, that's just how it's always been. Or fucking, you know, whatever it is, whatever bullshit excuse they use that they latch on to something. Like, it's so crazy to me, like, surprising how many people just actually don't ask themselves why, bro.
It's the most important question.
Why?
Gets to the causality.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, people just latch on to shit because it feels good or something, and then they don't really understand why they're even doing it.
Well, if you talk about anything that goes against, you know, their own cognitive, you know, ideas or belief systems, then immediately they just have to attack you personally.
Right.
And
right.
whatever one seems to be the most powerful to devalue your position, that's what they'll stick with, you know, especially in their own head. So they can convince themselves, oh, this guy's just trying to start a cult, or he's a cult leader. And immediately they don't have to listen to anything you say, right? They don't have to pay attention to it at all.
Delegitimized.
Yeah. So it's like, oh yeah.
It's like confirmation bias to the extreme.
Yeah. It's like, dude, I'm all for, like, you know, changing my mind. I always have been. I'm not that kind of person who's like, here's the truth, and then I see it and I'm like, nah, like, fuck you, like, you're stupid. I will change my mind, you know. I'm open-minded.
Nah, I'll be like, nah, you dumb as fuck. You don't believe what I believe? Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are like that in this world, unfortunately.
I mean, granted, it's
Part of
hard
living
for
is
me,
adapting, right?
you know, to accept like when I'm wrong and shit, but I really try to like acknowledge that shit, you know.
Yeah.
I just think.
Yeah, but
that
there's
people
just some stuff
don't-
that just legit don't make sense to me, though.
Yeah.
And I won't make
Well,
an
sure.
argument out of it. I'll just agree to disagree. And
yeah,
part of
it's
agreeing
not...
to disagree is not saying I agree to disagree.
Right,
Right, there's
right.
nothing wrong with neutrality.
Right.
And sometimes, like, to recognize the truth, it takes time too. So like, maybe you don't agree with it in the moment, right? But you go home a few weeks later, you've been contemplating on it, maybe you start to see some validity in it eventually, you know. And it's like, oh, okay, I kind of get what he's saying or she's saying, or, you know, whatever it might be. And it's like, oh, okay, but it could take some time, you know, but it happens. At least you're open-minded enough to like think about it and be like, okay, this kind of makes sense, or am I wrong? Like, question yourself always, right? And be like, am I wrong? Could I be wrong?
Right.
You know, like, self-introspection and self-questioning is so important to self-development.
Yeah, that's one thing I like.
And
I try and, you know, focus on improving all the time. Is just like being able to do that. Just being able to like accept
and it's usually
my
the people
wrongness.
that like are trying to say that about you, that are the ones that they're totally projecting.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, Brandon, you and I were talking about that Danny guy.
Yeah.
I was going back and forth with him some more the other day. I didn't block him, but I did ended up just unfriending him, so maybe he'll stop commenting on my stuff all the time, because it's just annoying, right? He doesn't actually say anything of value. It's like he's just constantly trying to chip away at me with these just character attacks, but he doesn't make any like meaningful statements about anything. And
right.
so
It's like he doesn't have to
just
prove
being
himself right as long as he
antagonistic.
proves you wrong, kind of thing.
Yep.
Well, yeah, like, well, and he's just trying to so-called call me out because you know, I've said I want to be held accountable, and so he's like trying to say, oh, I thought you wanted to be accountable. It's like, I do, but just you saying that doesn't mean I'm supposed to just capitulate to whatever you say. Like, you have to actually make a good argument, you know?
Yep.
So he's like, I see in you the same rigidity I used to have before. I'm just
He's
like,
trying to sun you.
what the hell
Yeah,
are you
right.
talking about? Yeah, it's
Hey, he's
all
trying to lowbrow
projection,
you.
dude. Like, literally you know, he's not changing his mind either, but somehow he's calling me out because he failed to convince me of what he was saying, which was, I mean, we have very different worldviews about certain things, and we've gone back and forth, and he just never makes a compelling argument, and then he just switches into ad hominem bullshit, and like, you know, you claim to be the arbiter of truth, and you know, just the same typical shit I've been getting for years because I happen to know some truth and I put it out there as that. I'm not gonna try to sugar it up and be like, oh, this is just this is my journey. No, dude, it's the fucking truth. Either get it or don't. I don't care, but I'm putting it out there as such, and then people get super triggered by that. You're like, it'd be a lot more effective if you just, you know, share your journey and your perspective and this and that.
Right.
It's like, well, yeah, if we're talking about pineapple on pizza, I'm not going to pretend that's some objective truth. But stuff that I do know,
Which is amazing.
you know, I get annoyed when people. You're
I
wrong.
agree.
No.
Love it.
I get annoyed when
do too.
people are like, you know, the only thing I know is that I know nothing. Shut the fuck up, dude. Like, human beings have a great capacity for knowledge, you know? Like, this false humility is just bullshit. They're trying to sound super, like, spiritual and pious or whatever, but it's just nonsense.
Now get out of my way.
That doesn't mean we can know everything, but there's a huge difference, and that's one of those things people have such a hard time, it seems like, to distinguish between. That just because I'm saying we can know some shit, that I'm like, I think I'm all powerful and I know everything and that I'm infallible. It's like, what are you talking about?
Right. Yeah, they'll say that they know nothing, and then they'll be like, and then let me tell you what I know now.
Yep.
Right, and they're sitting there arguing all their points as if it's objective truth of why you don't know anything about objective truth. That's what I mean about being a hypocrite. Like, these people, it's a mental cancer. It's so just intellectual death. Their brain is broken. They can't see. They cannot see the fallacy and how just totally asinine their position is.
Fallacies.
Browse the files on the computer. Where the fuck is that?
They put the phallus in fallacy, you know what I'm saying?
Y'all don't remember Breaking Bad?
I do. Yeah.
I do. Yeah, that was, I was
Jesse,
gonna say that's an obscure reference.
Yeah.
Fallacies.
Oh yeah.
Every burn in this downstream someday they will hit.
That's a fallacy, bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That was the computer file.
Shit, boy, what the fuck?
Open sesame. Well, look what we have here.
Whoa.
Damn SAE, bro. The enemy took Charlie. Ouch, Charlie. Is this the UMP?
Man, a drop point is so far. Holy shit.
You're playing Cyber?
Yeah, Cyberpunk. It seems to be a really good game to get conversations like this going, so I've been having like a lot of views and stuff. But you don't need to pull it up now because I'm gonna be getting off soon. I know.
Put it in the chat right now. Do it. Fucking I'm live, bro. Throw it up.
I gotta make a habit of that. You're right.
That's what I'm saying. Like every time, like make it a part of your routine as you start to stream. Just like in every chat that you have, just fucking, I'm going live. Throw it up in the background. Hit me up with a
doing
view.
that for a minute, but I definitely fell off of it.
No, I can't. I can't even talk, bro. I have poor discipline. It's something I really try to work on, but I just suck at it.
Well, there's step one of self-evaluation.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I do try and work on it. I just.
All right.
That's all that matters, really. Nah, that's all that matters. As long as you try. I'm the same way. Fuck. I'm going through the same journey as we speak. This is my journey.
Trying to fucking stop the SIGs again. Fucking
Tell us your truth, Brandon.
This is me. It's not the truth. It's your truth.
All I know is that I know nothing, bro.
But what I can tell you about what I know is... Fucking dweebs.
But here's what I know.
Jesus, that guy is a beast.
I don't know shit, but I do know this. Nothing.
There is no truth, and that's my truth.
Yeah, isn't that from the Matrix? Didn't the Oracle say some shit like that? You wanna know the truth? Yes, there is no truth. It's like, what?
I don't think she said that. Did she say that?
Oh.
I don't think so.
Oh, the boy did. The boy did. The one who bent
There's
the
no
spoon.
such thing as the spoon.
Oh, he said there is no spoon.
Yeah, there's no spoon.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have to rewatch it.
Do not try to bend the spoon. That's impossible.
Possible.
Only realize that it is not the spoon that bends, it's your mind.
Half the lube's floating.
It's your cock that bends.
What truth? There is no spoon.
In my dreams. All right, let's bail before
Spoon.
the heads
He's
start
like,
rolling.
spoon.
As for the paint,
Spoon.
you'll have buyers lining up.
Spoon. Grab
no
the
spoon.
fucking spoon. Whoa, why am I starting another match, man? Whoa, 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 whoa.
Which even that, I don't know. It's almost a little bit, I mean, it kind of goes into that whole hologram theory. You know, nothing's real. And it's a slippery slope because if you start thinking that way all the time, you'll start not caring what happens in this world, you know?
Become dissociated.
You're like, oh, it's
Yeah.
all a dream, you know? Oh, that's all just 3D. Like, I'm living in the 5D, bro. That's beneath
Oh
me.
God, yeah. That shit fucking gets me.
So yeah,
Oh my
the
God.
whole there is no spoon. Well, there is though. It may be a form of illusion, but it still matters.
Look you in
Yeah,
the
the
forehead with this
experience.
motherfucking spoon.
It's the experience.
Right,
that
tell me it's not
matters.
real now.
Yeah.
That's funny because that's literally what I say. Is when people are like arguing against objective truth, it's like if I smack you in the head, did that really happen?
Is
like,
you still
what is
dreaming,
your
bitch?
body? Yeah. What does
why
your
would-
face tell you?
Yeah, and why
Like,
would you be
physics
upset?
exists. Like the ground, you fucking jump off of the ground, you're gonna fall right back down to it because gravity is real and it fucking pulls you, dude. And it's like people are just like, oh, bro, it's all fucking, it's not real, it's
It's
a
all
lie.
in your mind.
Yeah.
You just gotta believe, and it's like, well,
just
why don't
gotta
you fly then? That's what I don't get. You know, they'll tell you this, and it's like, cool, go jump off a bridge.
Yeah.
They'll be
right.
like, you know, they get real squirmy because they know they have to admit either they don't believe the bullshit that they're saying, or they don't
They just
actually
want you to
believe
die.
they can fly. Because it's like, well, you sound like you're really convinced that if you just believe something hard enough, that makes it true. Yet somehow there's this part of you in your mind that won't jump off a bridge because you know, not believe, but know that gravity is going to kill your ass.
Right, yeah, it's like if it doesn't
Ubermensch.
require belief, yet it still exists and functions, like that is like to me that's like, you know, truth. Like it
Yep.
doesn't require belief
Exactly.
or effort or anything. It's like
Yep.
it exists, it's
You nailed
real,
it.
it's measurable, it's repeatable. You know, that's true.
It just is.
Right. Now our understanding of it might not be complete,
Yep.
but it's like you can, you know, certain things you can see again and
Damn, this
again,
guy's
like
a
again,
beast.
it's a measurable response.
Right, it's like, you know, 10 people all watch the same movie. They can have different opinions on it and perceptions of it, but the movie was the same, actually, for everyone.
Right.
It is what it is.
Oh, you're using cover, you douchebag.
Fallacies. Fallacies. I'm gonna download that song today.
It's funny. The perfect response to people. Just play that song. Excuse me.
That'd be a great sound
Play that
clip.
song.
That's a good idea. I should get that as a sound clip.
I'm gonna do it right now before anybody
Yeah.
ever does it.
Yeah, I'm
Do
gonna
it.
do it first.
Play it on your live
I'm gonna do
stream.
it first.
Anytime somebody says something stupid, you just push the button and fallacies.
Damn, 5 and 7. I'm shit.
5 and fucking 7.
There is no spoon.
There is no spoon.
I feel like my accent is like in between like Dobby from Harry Potter and that kid.
Master has given Dobby a spoon. He is free.
You are pretty good at the voice impressions. I give you credit with that.
Man, I'm gonna make some videos here soon. Jeez.
I guess I picked a good day to start streaming early because this is raining like crazy here.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that messed with my connection.
I've been driving in the rain from Charlotte all the way up to Columbus. or
Wow.
Cleveland.
Cleveland,
all
yeah,
day.
yeah. Streets of Cleveland. That place is nasty, man.
I hate it. I lived there.
Yeah. Yeah, you said that.
Which the mountains were really pretty going through West Virginia and all that.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're all like misty and hazy and mystical.
Right.
And inbred.
And all the colors. The
The
yeah.
mountains are inbred.
Yeah.
Inbred mountains.
That mountain's got a pretty mouth.
Instead of Brokeback Mountain, inbred mountains.
I mean, I think that was a thing, right? Isn't that where that that
That
community
one
is?
family. Yeah, there's a family of inbred. Like the most
It's
famous.
People have the misconception that everybody
Kentucky
does
is
that, like
mostly
religiously there.
where it occurs, honestly. At least more so than West Virginia, anyway. Like Kentucky is definitely more backwoods. I would
I'd
say
agree with you.
personally.
Let's look it up. Let's see.
West Virginia, mama.
You know, he wrote that song about Maryland, but West Virginia rhymed better with what he was saying.
It's lame.
Right? Bro, I forgot how fun this fucking game is. I'm pumped that I could sell some CS Dosians to buy the expansion. That's dope as fuck.
Okay, I'm getting contradictory statistics here, so I'm trying to.
I'm just bullshit. I was just trying to draw the heat off of WB.
No, I mean like in the statistics, like there's different. Yeah. Like one place said Alabama, another place said West Virginia, another place said Kentucky.
I'd say all three of those probably trade first through third place frequently.
Right. Not here. Somewhere else. That's where
It's
that
all
happened at.
relative.
That's fun for the whole family.
So Kentucky, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Maine, Delaware, Maryland, West Virginia, North Carolina.
Basically anywhere really woodsy, you know. Anywhere where nobody won't hear it.
Here it is. Most inbred states. Update. March 23rd, 2023.
Down, 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 down.
That's horrible.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Washington is up there.
I bet.
Makes sense.
I guess Alabama because first cousin marriages are allowed.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
First cousin sexual relations are allowed as well.
Fuck.
It's peasants.
Half cousin marriages allowed, yes, in Alabama. So West Virginia, first cousin marriages not allowed. But you are allowed to have sex with your first cousin.
Well, as long as you can fuck them, that's okay.
That's the fun part anyway.
Oh, it's by state. Let's see.
One of my all-time favorite Grand Theft Auto quotes from the random pedestrians is the one where he's like, "My mother's my sister." So random.
Yeah, so pretty much it's saying that Kentucky is the highest, and then Georgia.
Sounds about right. Georgia. I was on a
Find-
plane to Georgia one time and I was singing that shit, and some guy's like, "It depends on how you start that next part." Because the Ray Charles version or the fucking ludicrous version.
Right.
He's like, "We take offense to one of them. I'm gonna see how you do." I'm like, oh shit. I just didn't fucking go. Didn't continue. Oh, fuck. Damn.
Is that the Cyber Psycho? I think it might be. Oh no, it's not. It's this guy.
Oh. That's why I can't do it. Alright.
Alright, alright. I don't know how I'm gonna neutralize this guy. That interview the other night was pretty good, huh, Logan?
Oh, with Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really fun.
Yeah, it was.
I totally forgot our mastermind meeting was last night until Leslie said something.
Oh, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oops.
Well, it seemed like everybody was kind of not feeling it, and I was like, well, guess that's just as well. We kind of just had a good chat the night before, you know, all the same people were there, basically.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think oh yeah, I did get a notification for that. Alright, let's see. Can I get a non-lethal weapon out? Can I mod this to make this non-lethal? Maybe? Fuck, I don't think so. Okay. I'm gonna make this difficult. I need to go shoot my gun sometime soon.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
What kind of gun you got, Brandon?
I got more than one.
Well, the one you're referring to, anyways.
Well, I'll probably shoot my AR. I haven't got to shoot it for a while. So I have 2 ARs, and then I have a Beretta M9 9mm. I have a SAR 9mm, which is a handgun. And I have a
I know.
1911, which is a 10
45?
No, it's a 10
Oh,
millimeter.
10?
Yeah.
Nice.
I wish I had got the 45.
I used to
one,
work.
but-
I used to work in a gun warehouse, so I know quite a bit
Oh,
about
cool.
the brands and makes stuff like that.
Holy fuck, he just fucked me up.
And I've fully capitalized on basically being able to buy anything at cost
Oh, nice.
when I was working there, so I stocked up.
Yeah, I got a few
I've
things.
got a Springfield XD Mod 2 in 9mm. I've got a Walther PPS single
Nice.
stack
Yeah, those are nice. I used to have one of
9mm.
those.
Yeah, that'd be my like EDC. I've got a Mossberg 500 12 gauge. It's got some good furniture on it, like tactical stock, pistol grip, flashlight, and a Ruger 1022 with the ITAC stock as well. So it like folds, and it's got a 1 to 4x
that's
scope
cool.
on it,
That's cool.
and a angled foregrip. It's fucking badass, dude.
I bet so. That's pretty sweet.
And yeah, I used to have an AR. I sold it for just needed money, unfortunately, which it stung extra bad because I actually built that from scratch. I got all the parts individually and custom built it. But now that's on my list of kind of like the one thing that's missing from my arsenal to make it very well rounded is a proper battle rifle, you know?
Right. Yeah, I have the Maverick 800 tactical shoddy, which I actually got from an ex-police officer. Kind of cool. And I've been planning on customizing it a little bit with a pistol grip and, you know, a couple different things on that. My AR has a nice, really nice light, strobe light on it. Nice scope on it. Can't remember what scope it is. And then my other AR has a red dot on it. And then everything else is just standard right now. But I have plenty of ammo. That's for sure. Stocked up on ammo. But I have a 30-30. Winchester 30-30. I have a Mosin as well, which is really nice.
Shit.
Like with the
Nagant?
bayonet. Yeah, with a bayonet. Like old school. It's from,
Yeah, classic, dude.
Yeah, it's sweet. It's sweet as fuck.
Yeah, those are pretty, get those pretty cheap.
Yeah, I think it's awesome. And then I have a few other guns. I got some muzzle loaders that I never use. Got a Ruger 22 as well. I have
Those are awesome.
Break apart, you know, 12 gauge. I'm not sure what it is. I think it might be I don't remember. I'd have to look at it. It needs some work done to it. Oh, I got a pump shotgun, but it's a
Remington or like
it's a Mossberg pump, but I can't remember what type it is. It's the one where you can just hold the trigger and keep pumping. It's
oh yeah.
yeah, you can just hold the trigger and just as many as you can pump through that thing. Which is like a special one, I know that. Which I didn't even know it was until recently. I actually got that back from the ATF when my dad got in trouble. So technically it was his. But legally it's mine now. 'Cause my dad got caught with a fully automatic weapon. And they took all his guns. Yeah, oh no. And it was broken. It was broken too. But yeah. So they took all his guns, and then legally I got all the guns back besides that fully auto.
What's your ARs chambered in?
5.56.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had an AK for a while, and I want to get an AK again, but
I like both. I don't get the hate between.
yeah. Oh, I love them both.
two.
Yeah.
They both have pros and cons, really.
Yep.
I only have a 9 mil. Because when I was living in Cleveland, it was just for carry. You know?
Fuck yeah, you need it in Cleveland, bro.
I needed it in, bro. I was working at Family Dollar with it on me.
Fuck yeah.
On Fulton. I don't know if you know where Fulton is. Fulton in Memphis.
Not familiar with it, but I just know how bad Cleveland is.
Yeah, it's in the heart of Cleveland.
Ooh.
Yeah, and it was bad, bro. It was bad. And then I came back to Jersey. Jersey was bad.
Oh yeah, Jersey. Yeah, it's bad there.
Forget about it.
well, the part of Jersey I'm from is right across from New York. That area specifically, but there's beautiful areas in Jersey.
Oh yeah.
That,
yeah.
That people from New York go to Jersey because it's safe, but not all places in Jersey are safe.
Right. Yeah, Shep, didn't you? You lived in New York for a while, didn't you?
Yeah, in Long Island.
Oh, Long Island's not. Yeah, it has its hoods. It has its hoods.
I was gonna say, I lived in a little bit of one, but it wasn't horrible. You know what I mean? Like, it was definitely ghetto for sure, but it was just impoverished, not necessarily dangerous.
But where there's poverty, there's,
Right, yeah. That's why I said it's not, it was bad, but it wasn't like fucking Detroit.
Right. I don't know why I'm getting all these packet bursts and packet loss. Just packet bursts.
Well, got that done. What's my street cred at now? 38. Getting close. I think it's about time for some lunch. Ooh, it's like 227. Damn.
I'm
I think I might make a quesadilla.
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 Some free
Make yourself
Joes
a dang
on the side.
quesadilla.
Maybe some fajitas.
Fajitas.
Fajitas is crazy. It sounds like a word you're not supposed to be saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What,
bro,
you don't
I'm
eat
fucking
fajita?
all up in that fajita, bro. Oh, I eat fajitas.
Put the sour cream in that shit, dude.
Ugh, sour cream in itself sounds nasty.
Yeah,
Jesus
bro.
Christ.
Why your cream
My
be
wife loves it.
sourdough?
B-I-O-U cream whip. My shit's sour, bruh. Ew.
How would you know?
Right, yeah. Whoa, what the fuck? They got me. Favela, I don't miss it.
Damn, actually.
In the campaign, bro, this map was like this level was bad. I don't know if you guys ever played the campaign of Modern Warfare 2, the favela round.
I did a long time ago, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, it's been forever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm getting like memories are coming back. Playing this level.
It's crazy because I'm getting packet bursts, but it's not really affecting the game that much. I just don't like to see it.
How are you
know what that
noticing
is.
that? That you're getting packed?
It says it.
Oh,
It says
okay.
it. It says packet burst, and like orange every 3 seconds.
Weird.
Which I know it's something wrong. Which after this game, I'm about to see how I can fix it.
Find
Which is,
Aaron.
from my understanding, is network.
All right, I'll do this
45
race.
miles to Cleveland.
Damn. Getting close.
I've been booking it, man.
Are you staying there for the evening?
Yeah, I've been driving this whole time, dude.
Yeah, he's a trucker.
Shit.
My trucker.
Oh, nice.
He's a trucker.
With the truck.
On the road.
Picked up from Charlotte, South Carolina yesterday.
Oh, so you drive like interstate?
Oh yeah. Mostly the eastern half of the U.S. though.
Oh, that
right,
was
so
sweet.
that at least you could make it home. Probably like what, every 3 days, 4 days?
Oh no. I live in
You're out.
Dallas or south of Dallas, so
Oh wow.
I'm only home. I mean, it really depends. I don't really take home time, but I get a lot of loads out of Houston, so sometimes I get to swing by the house for a little bit. But usually, I guess it's
You have a
around
wife?
every couple of weeks or so. No wife, no kids. Just a bachelor, man.
That's why I wouldn't be able to do it. My wife wouldn't fuck with it. There'd be itches that she can't scratch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a lot harder on families. That's why I'm doing it while I can, and I'm just trying to. That's true. Get her license, then you can run teams, and you can make a lot more money too, because you run basically always rolling instead of having to stop to sleep and stuff.
Yeah, and like I mean, home is where the heart is, right? So if you guys together should be, But I don't know how I feel about being at the road. I like gaming, I like streaming, so it's like it doesn't coincide with.
I was gonna say, I know that people have like basically like
They have
really
the
nice
rigs.
setups in their trucks. Yeah.
It's just a
I
Wi-Fi,
got a pretty
bro.
sweet little. Yeah, I got a mobile hotspot. Sometimes it depends on my signal or how many bars basically. But if it's got full signal, it's really fast. It's 5G.
Yeah, I had something like that from Verizon, and they fucked me.
That's what I have.
Yup.
But yeah, I game. I can do streams sometimes. Just depends. It's the interview thing that's hard because you plan on a time and then you get parked and you're like, oh well, I only have one bar, so this will not work.
Right.
So this night I won't be able to get down.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I got a buddy who's a trucker too, and I've been talking to him about getting his own laptop, which he's pretty convinced at this point. So that'll be cool getting a game with him some over
He
the
also
road.
trucks?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll probably play like some Breakpoint, Ghost Recon Breakpoint.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
Stuff like that. That's a good game, dude. I mean, that's up my alley. I love Mill Sims.
Yeah, that game's actually really good.
I just don't know why I'm getting the packet losses and packet bursts. Oh, that's why. Update requires restart. That make a lot of sense.
We also talked about going back and playing a lot of classic games, nostalgia, like playing through the Halos on co-op,
Oh, that would be cool.
stuff like that. Yeah, and you can get the whole bundle for pretty cheap. Catch it on a Steam sale. You get all of them.
Well, not for nothing. If you're trucking, fucking anything is probably cheap. To you. Not like it's bad money. It's very good money.
Generally, yes, but until I get this truck paid off, I'm not swimming in cash too, because I got $4,200 a month I gotta pay towards the truck.
Oh yeah, you
That's a
bought your own truck,
sacrifice.
right? So
Yeah, I financed it.
yeah, that's epic.
That is.
Yeah, I gotta make basically $1,600 a week just to break even.
Freelance trucking, right?
Well, I work for a company. They give me all the dispatch, but I mean, I can.
What is it, like a
I can
logistics
turn.
company?
I can turn loads down if I want to. You know, if I don't like it.
Oh, that's dope.
But most of the time it's good, and they'll tell you what it pays. I get like 62% of the total payout for the load, and the company keeps the rest. So I try to get like 2 a week. If I can get 2 in a week or more, the money's pretty good. Sometimes I get 1 and it's not so good, but it all kind of evens out.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna call it quits for now. I gotta get some food, and I just saw my package get
Party
delivered.
pooper.
I know.
I know.
Shitting on it, but I'll probably jump back into Discord later.
Word.
Cause I'll be
Alright, bro.
uploading some books onto my store to sell. So
Probably fucking eat at some point too.
yeah, that's my first goal. Eat. I need food.
Gotta eat food.
Yeah.
It's been hella fun.
Yeah, this
You
was
guys
a good one.
helped pass the time driving pretty good.
Good.
Hell
Glad to hear it. Thanks for joining up with us, Logan. I appreciate that. You brought in the energy.
Absolutely.
Like
Well,
I was sitting here all alone, and I was like, damn, like nobody's up, nobody's chilling, and then you jumped in, and I was like, and then everybody showed up. I was like, hell yeah, fucking turned into a party.
Well, now I know my headset will work with Discord. I got that figured out, so I can do this more often while I'm driving.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Well, good luck with your the rest of your trip, and I'll talk to you guys really soon. So, cheers.
Yep. Take care, everybody. Nice
Peace out.
meeting y'all.
Take care, bro.
Same dude.